all the things that we were supposed to be against, the cost to the United States compared to others was relatively small. Thousands of Americans died, tens of thousands were wounded, but hundreds of thousands or more Iraqis died. That the greatest destruction, the greatest cost, fell on others. We helped the Saudis, hundreds of thousands of Yemenis die. We fight 20 years of war in Afghanistan. We turn a countryside from a place where people lived into a battlefield. And yet America faces this relatively small loss, which makes it much easier for the war party in Washington to simply continue the war. And what you find, I think, in the United States, at least among policymakers, is an almost complete lack of concern for the cost to others. And my favorite person in kind of encapsulating that is Madeleine Albright. It's Madeleine Albright who said that we stand taller than other nations, so we see further. Now, if you look at U.S. policy, who on earth could believe such nonsense? But that is exactly what the blob, as it has been called in Washington, believes. Of course we see further. She asked Colin Powell, what's the use of having this wonderful military you keep talking about if we never use it? What does she care if people die? Colin Powell, having spent time in Vietnam and had soldiers die under him, his response, the next line in his autobiography was, I almost had an aneurysm. That is not the reaction in Washington. The reaction in Washington at the think tanks, everywhere policy is made, is, yeah, why don't we use it more? Why on earth are we not actively involved in Syria? Why on earth are we not bombing the Iranians? Why don't we have troops in Ukraine? Why don't we put them into NATO? And her most famous comment, of course, and strikes me the most striking when it comes to attitudes, was asked by Leslie Stahl on 60 Minutes. You should go to YouTube and watch it. It's just an extraordinary moment. Then UN Ambassador Madeleine Albright is asked, Madam Albright, an estimated 500,000 Iraqi children have died as a result of sanctions on Iraq. Is the price worth it? And her response was, well, yes, it's a difficult decision, but we think the price is worth it. We, the decision-making elite in Washington, decide that 500,000 dead in another country is worth it, right? What American died because of sanctions on Iraq? Not one that I'm aware of. 500,000 others die, no big deal. And to me, we have got to find a way to convince policymakers here that actually that's not worth it. That in fact the costs to others should also be weighed in this equation, but it's very hard to get that message out in Washington today.
If I could just add to that, that she also is so wrong, because that quote about we stand taller and see further, this is 1998, and she's saying we can bomb Iraq all we want and we won't have any consequences. She's saying the price is worth it, no Americans will die if we sanction them. But bombing Iraq and sanctioning Iraq from bases in Saudi Arabia was the leading motivator for al-Qaeda, America's former mercenaries, that turned against the United States and attacked us on September 11th and set off the next generation of war.
I want to get Tulsi's thoughts on this. This was leading into the next point here, Tulsi. I mean, you have that firsthand experience. You've experienced war yourself on the front lines. If you could give us an idea of, in this age of disinformation, social media where this is used, how do you weigh when is the proper time to engage?
Well, first and foremost, the question has to be asked and answered is, will this action best serve the interests of the American people in preserving our safety, security, and freedom? That's the question that is almost never asked by politicians in Washington as they're going, as President Biden is going and saying, well, we have to go and do everything possible, no matter how long it takes, no matter how much it requires, to go and wage this proxy war against Russia because we have to save democracy. Democracy and freedom is on the line. We've heard this tagline over and over again, not only for this war, but so many others that have been waged around the world. And yet, for me, and I think a lot of folks at home, I'm wondering, how is this affecting our democracy and our freedom and our safety and security right here at home? You say, oh, well, Russia will take over Europe, and then who knows, they will come here to the United States unless we stop them in Ukraine. Any person with any common sense can recognize how insane that narrative is. And even now, people who don't agree with my position on this war we're waging against Russia say, well, they'll pose a risk, to our NATO allied countries. Russia can't even barely hold on to these small livers of territory that have been disputed with Ukraine for many, many years, and yet you are now saying that they have the ability to take over other countries in Europe. It's just crazy. And again, not addressing the very real question. It's the only and the most important question is, does this serve the interests of the American people in ensuring our safety, security, and freedom, and have all other measures of diplomacy been exhausted? I still serve in the United States Army Reserves. I'm still serving as a soldier, and I recognize that we do need a ready, capable, strong military to ensure that safety, security, and freedom. But our men and women should only be sent into war, sent into harm's way as that very, very last resort once all diplomacy measures have been exhausted. We are certainly not seeing that now with Ukraine. They will say, well, we're not really at war because it's not our troops on the ground. We are at war. We are at war with Russia, and it is a hot war. We're just the United States is using the Ukrainian troops instead of U.S. troops. We're supplying virtually all of the funding and the weapon systems for them to wage this war on behalf of those who want to see Putin gone. This is today's regime change war. They're not being honest with us on the consequences, nor their motives, but make no mistake that this is where we are at, and it will come at a great cost to us if it continues.
Scott, we're done. Thank you, Tulsi.
I'm really an anti-government guy completely. I would never support any military action of any kind other than strict self-defense. I don't even think we need a standing army. As Ron Paul said in 2008, we could defend this country with a couple of good submarines and we'd be just fine. I think we got no business in the old world whatsoever. And people have to bring up Hitler all the time because that's all they got, even though he came and went, many generations ago now. And the fact of the matter is there's just nothing like that necessitates American dominance in Europe or Asia or the Middle East at all. And we should entirely come home. And the thing about that, too, is that, just like with the Donbass or, quite a few other places in the world, they call them the frozen conflicts. We have this rule since the end of the Second World War that all international borders have to be completely frozen where they are and no one's allowed to ever invade each other ever again. Well, okay, that's good. We want to outlaw war. But then we need to be flexible on where those lines are drawn, especially throughout the old world where the European empires drew most of those borders either to divide and conquer people or to artificially group people together in order to keep them weak and off balance so they can be dominated. And so these lines are in many cases places where people don't want them. You think about something like Kashmir, where the people there want to be free, but the Indians rule it and the Pakistanis want it and the Chinese have an interest there too. Well, America cannot come, and it's widely agreed, it's probably the most likely place that a nuclear war could break out, well, up until the last couple of years anyway. But America cannot come and be, the host of a real peace conference and try to really hash out a concrete solution to Kashmir because we have too many dogs in the fight. We're bribing the Pakistanis, we're threatening the Pakistanis, we're using the Indians to help to hem in the Chinese and all these things. So we have all these conflicts of interest. Whereas if we were really a limited constitutional republic, minding our own business over here, and we didn't have a dog in the fight and we weren't making promises, but we could just be a neutral host of peace conferences, we could go around and hopefully try to solve these things in a way, and not being self-interested, could probably make some headway. Like, for example, we could have resolved the situation in the Donbass easily over the last 10 or 20 years if our government had been trying to do that instead of trying to take advantage.
Thank you, Scott.
I think that one has to look at war and say the only justification for war has to be a truly vital existential interest. You don't go to war because you want to have more trade routes. You don't go to war because you want to engage in social engineering in some country. Or you don't go to war because you want to, you want stability. I mean, the U.S. wants stability except when it doesn't, in which case it invades and blows up countries.
Yeah.
and then suddenly it wants stability again because it's already created chaos. I mean, the point is, what we see today is because the U.S. is powerful, and this is, I think, reflected in Madeleine Albright's comment, that, well, we should use the military for everything. It's the one thing we know we can win, right? All the other stuff we might screw up, but by God, we have the most powerful military. And I just think that is the wrong way of looking at it. I think that Tulsi's right, that the essential interest is to focus on protecting American security, freedoms, territory. And then and that is the objective. Then the means need some limit. That is, the means have to take into account the cost, and including the cost to others. I mean, wouldn't it be great if we had Canada's resources? Well, I don't think we should invade Canada for it. One could make an argument right on American national interest. Why shouldn't we have their resources? Or if Mexico won't sell its oil, let's grab their oil. I mean, we're stealing Syria's oil right now. Great. I mean, what's the legal justification? I don't know. But I think that what we have to recognize, and I think what Scott's point is, that it's very hard to find a threat to existential U.S. interests. Who threatens America's future? Now, I do think it's important. We should not underplay the fact there are evil regimes in the world. And we should make quite clear, the Saudi regime is awful. Putin is not a good guy. The Chinese regime is increasingly authoritarian. The Iranians are bad. But that doesn't mean the answer for our policy is, oh, great, let's go invade them. Let's bomb them. Let's occupy. I mean, we've tried that, and it hasn't worked very well. So what we should see is a great reluctance to use the military, and there are lots of other means, and I think, you start with diplomacy, and you try to work with other countries. I think Scott's absolutely right. I mean, the U.S., we are complaining because China helped bring Saudi Arabia and Iran together, and we'll see where it all goes, but I'm much happier not having a Sunni-Shia war in the Middle East than having one. U.S. policy is we want one, and we're on one side. That's insane. And if the Chinese can bring peace there, I'm all for it. We're upset. Oh my goodness, Chinese influence, can you imagine? Well, maybe if we weren't like sanctioning one side and helping the other one slaughter people in a neighboring country, maybe we could have done that, but we can't. So the United States needs to take a very different perspective. I think social engineering is the name in Washington. We want to fix the world. As I said, we believe in stability except when we don't. We believe in democracy unless it's, Crown Prince Slice and Dice in Riyadh, who chops up his critics. Then we love him, right? We provide weapons so he can bomb his neighbor. He subsidizes jihadist guerrillas next door. He kidnaps the prime minister of Lebanon. Oh, no big deal. I mean, not for something else to get upset about, right? I mean, so much for our belief in democracy. But we need to restrict the U.S. government and recognize it really doesn't get it right. We don't see further.
So the panel's, great job, invoke China. And so we're going to jump ahead here. I had Ukraine we were going to touch upon first, but for the sake of time constraints that Tulsi has, I want to get talking about China. According to the FBI, a China-related case is open every 12 hours. Chinese police stations are used to track and harass U.S. citizens. This was discovered in New York City. CCP spy balloons flying over sensitive military installations. The prospect of the CCP opening a military installation 90 miles away from Miami in Cuba. Just a short list. Is China a competitor or an adversary?
I think it's too broad of and too complex of a situation just to label it with one word, because very often those words lead to other things. Our relationship with China has been and continues to be a very complex one. We may have shared interests in some areas and opposing interests in others. As we look at this path to war, it's important to examine how we got here. And it's important to examine what we're talking about is what is the cost? What is the cost we are incurring now? And what is the cost to the American people and our safety, security, and freedom if we continue down this path? Unfortunately, we don't have time today to get into all of those complexities, but we are at a point now in this country where this Cold War with China is increasing and escalating. It is being waged largely through economic warfare at this point. And a lot of politicians are throwing out sound bites and lines, again, without talking truly about these complexities and these nuances and where do we go? How do we address the differences and opposing views or interests that we may have, but also how do we address those that are shared interests? We live in a very global economy. There are consequences to a lot of things that folks are advocating for in completely decoupling with China. So it's one of many different areas that need to be examined as we look at this. Competing with China, fine, have a competition. A competition is very different from escalating tensions and pursuing a path of war.
Thank you, Tulsi. Scott, adversary or competitor in your mind? China.
Well, I think an economic competitor probably, but I mean, in a way, I mean, not really. That's really kind of a category error. I mean, I'm more of a Harry Brown guy. I don't really believe there's such a thing as America or China, but just Americans and Chinese, and they have the right to trade with each other and interact with each other however they want. And for our government to act like the Chinese government and intervene and, trade and interactions between people is, the wrong way to go. We want to open up and engage as much as possible. I really regret Trump's trade war with China because, it's just like you hear the War Party talk about the Nord Stream pipeline in Europe, and they go, oh, this is terrible blackmail pipeline where Putin is going to hold this natural gas over Germany's head. But the thing is, assuming the pipeline had been able to really get up and running, the Germans then get to hold all that cash over Putin's head too. And so what it is, it should be considered a peace pipeline. The more trade and interdependence economically that you have, the more counter incentive you have to violent conflict. And the same thing with China. Now in America you have, and the factions are not all that clearly defined in terms of the more free market guys, but you have the War Party who you just cannot underestimate how important it is for Lockheed to keep churning out ships. I mean, these companies, some of these companies making these aircraft carriers, submarines, and battleships and things, these are billions and, $10 billion big ticket items, long-range bombers, the new B-21 and all these things. These are huge incentives that these corporations have to lobby for worse conflict. Then you have, like, the Walmarts of America, and I don't know who else, who they're not interested in selling weapons. They're interested in investing in Chinese manufacturing and then importing those goods and keeping that going. So that's what I want to see more of, is civilian businesses being interdependent with China. So they're not really competing with each other. They're on the same team with each other in these, global supply chains and things like that, and give them less incentive to ever fight.
If I could just follow up with you on, you mentioned Chinese society and American society, two separate things. But when China essentially takes advantage of our open society, our free society, to subvert, whether it be through Confucius Institutes or other ways of subversion, and the United States not being able to go into China to do the same thing, how do we fight back against that?
Well, okay, as far as, persuasion, whatever institutes they got, I mean, me and Doug can take them. That's not a problem. We just argue and win. Right? So I'm not worried about that. I mean, in fact, foreign money behind any kind of institutes in America really bothers me. I don't know if I think it should be illegal, but I definitely don't like that, and I definitely wouldn't take foreign money from my institute or anything like that. But as far as what you talked about before, where they have these kind of covert police stations and things like that, well, that's one place where, at least for now, I'll accept the night watchman state of the United States monopoly of force to expel those people from our country. No foreign nation has the right to come in and do that on our soil whatsoever, to their expats or anyone else.
Fair enough.
I think the challenge here is that the United States, over the last 75 or so years, has dominated the globe and cannot imagine a world in which it has geopolitical competition. And I think that's the problem. That if you pre-World War I, you had rabid, difficult, antagonistic geopolitical struggles in Europe as well as trade. So in fact, you can simultaneously be a competitor and an antagonist, and you can cooperate. I think that's the world we're headed towards with China.
Doug, if I could just interrupt. Tulsi has
a
prior engagement, and I just want to thank her for her thoughts and joining us here. And if we could get a round of applause.
Thank you so much. Great to be here with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Tulsi.
And I think that's the world we're heading back to. So I think the problem is, I think we probably got overly enthusiastic in the early years after the opening to China of saying, this is our great friend against the Soviets, when in fact it remained a communist regime with ambitions. And now I think we've gone way overboard on the other side, like they're coming for us, they're an 800-pound gorilla, and oh my God, we might lose this, which I think is completely wrong. I think they are going to be an extraordinary challenge and a difficult challenge, and what requires it is to make these judgments. This matters, we can accept that, that's a threat, and that isn't. And I think and one of the most important things to my mind is keeping openness to China. People talk about engagement has failed. My argument is no. Now, engagement has not given us a kind of democratic, libertarian, free market, kind of wonderful place that we all would like to see there. But if you compare Mao Zedong's hellhole and then the China that developed, it's radically different. I've been going to China for more than 30 years. I've been there more than 20 times. This country has changed radically. And one of the most important things is to reach out to future generations. And I want to give a shout out, I don't know if they're in the audience, but Ken Lee and Ken Lee Schooland, I think, are here. I sat with Ken earlier on, and they have put together, Lee lived through the Cultural Revolution. She knows what totalitarianism is. And she has taken the lead in having conferences in China, which I've been privileged to participate in, with young Chinese. That's one of the most important things we can do. It includes bringing young Chinese here to study so they see something different. It means trying to blow holes in the Great Firewall. So one of the most important things for us is to maintain that contact outside of politics, looking towards, I think, a future China. What I'd say is that you have to take each piece differently. I think the points that Scott made. We need, you can't come here and harass American citizens. No, that needs to be very clear. And the Chinese are brutal. Uyghurs escape over here, and they get, all sorts of threats to their family. There's all sorts of things. There's a corporate problem where I don't think government can solve it, but we as consumers can. NBA players, I think he's here. Enos Freedom, Cantor,
correct.
I mean, talking about persecution of Chinese, which they complain, they take, shows off the Chinese channel, and then he gets in trouble because he's cutting revenues the NBA's getting. I mean, there's so much that now, I don't think there's a governmental answer to that, but that's something we as people should say, wait a minute. We like it when people speak out on issues like this. There's issues of spying. Well, we don't want spying, but again, let's not imagine we are Vestal virgins in all this. Do you think we don't spy on the Chinese? In April 2001, there was a collision between a Japanese fighter plane and an American spy plane off Hainan Island. Hainan Island has Chinese submarine bases. They don't like that. Just like we don't like them spying out of Cuba. I got that. But if you have Cuba under embargo for 60 years, we have no leverage. We say we don't believe in spheres of influence. How can we complain about Cuba having Chinese if we don't believe it? Well, of course we do. But the problem here is let's not kind of imagine that what the Chinese are doing is somehow different. It's a question of how do you contain it? How do you limit it? How do you respond? Some places you retaliate. Some places you may try to make a deal. I think the fundamental point I want to make, what's going on with the Xi government is awful. It is an evil government. I just want no question. I have seen over the years it's gotten more repressive steadily in terms of religious persecution, internet censorship, limiting cultural and academic exchanges. All that is happening. But if you're thinking about fundamental threat to America, if there's a war with China, where will it occur? It will not be North America. No one believes the Chinese are about to send an expeditionary force to seize Hawaii or the West Coast. If there is a war with China, it will be off of China's coast. Taiwan is as close to China as Cuba is to America. The U.S. is attempting to maintain its military dominance 7,000 miles from home off the coast of a growing great power. Now, if we want to do that, it will always be very expensive. It costs a lot to project power, so it costs a lot more to build 11 carriers than to sink them. I mean, that is the challenge. So we need to have a conversation, the American people. Do we actually think that is an existential American interest that warrants the threat of war with a country with significant conventional power and nuclear weapons that views that interest as existential? And are we prepared to pay the price forever to impose our will on that country? I mean, that's what we're really talking about militarily. And to my mind, the answer to that is yes, okay, but let's let the American people know what they're getting into. A war with China would not be Afghanistan. It wouldn't be Iraq. It would be a major conventional war. One carrier goes down, 5,000 or 6,000 sailors can drown at once. And if it goes nuclear, all bets are off. And don't expect our allies to help us. I'm not at all convinced that the South Koreans want to be a permanent enemy of China over Taiwan, or that even the Japanese would come in a war like that. Just realize that, I mean, this is a very tough issue. We got to make sure this is one we know what we're doing, as opposed to just, oh, they're evil, they're the enemy. You know, this is a really tough issue, and it's dangerous for us.
Indeed. Scott, I want to circle back to Russia and Ukraine. We're in the heels of the NATO trip, President Biden spending time there. What's your overall assessment? Ukraine taking center stage with Zelensky there. Do you think, as Tulsi referred to it, permanent Washington, if you will, is going to find any path to a ceasefire?
Well, I sure hope so. I mean, unfortunately, they've really talked themselves into, as they always do with their own sense of self-righteousness, that they're Superman fighting Lex Luthor, and so anything that they do to stop the forces of evil or whatever are justified. And in many cases, you hear some of these think tankers and officials, especially anonymous officials talking to the major papers, say that they could see the war dragging on for years. And which is, obviously raises the threat of major power war between NATO and Russia. And it's just inconceivable to me that, never mind being, a hardcore libertarian non-interventionist, I just think that from the moment the fighting started there, really back in 2014, but at least when the real big Russian invasion and escalation happened in February of 22, should have had all 8 billion people on the planet stomping their feet and screaming, absolutely no, ceasefire right now. Everyone demands a ceasefire. Whatever the hell you're fighting about, we're going to work it out at a table. We cannot have hot war and bloodshed 300 miles from Moscow, directly on their western border. We fought a proxy war with Russia in Vietnam and killed millions of them. But at the end of the day, the Russians didn't care about that. They had an entire China between them and Vietnam. There was no threat to them. It didn't mean anything to them. But this is right on their border. And, we know now from the revisionist histories of the Cold War, where something around 20 times we almost went to nuclear war with the Soviet Union and later Russia, mostly over misunderstandings. And you have a situation where, like in 1993 in Norway, they fired a satellite into space. And they had called the Russians and warned them, hey, we're going to launch a satellite, just so you know. And they said, okay, no problem, roger that. But then, for whatever reason, the word did not get passed down through the bureaucracy. So when they launched the rocket, all the computer systems in Russia said that this is a first strike on Moscow, an American first strike from the Baltic. And they went to full red alert and whatever, and it was just one colonel or lieutenant colonel who refused to do his job, who was in violation of his job and did not warn his superiors what was happening. And he told it. If he had told his superiors, hey, the alerts are going off, they would have launched on the United States. And we'd have had a full thermonuclear holocaust, the apocalypse, the end of humanity, billions of people starved to death in nuclear winter over a mistake. And what happened was that colonel said, come on. That can't be right. I'm going to wait and see if it really impacts or not before I hit the button. And then it turned out it was a false alarm. But if that happened today, what would he do? He might very well not give the benefit of the doubt to peace and instead panic and slam the button because we're in this state of heightened tensions. Where probably no one wants nuclear war, but we could, as they always put it, sleepwalk into it, which means stupidly make decision after decision after decision as though what's the worst that could happen, when we know that we got thermonuclear bombs, one bomb per city to kill an entire city.
So Thank you. Doug, is there a diplomatic approach to this? And is there, I guess, maybe a point of no return for Putin, where if this proxy war does continue, that we reach a point where there is no solution?
I think the challenge here is that both sides at the moment have objectives that seem utterly irreconcilable. Ukraine wants all of its territory back. No surprise, I don't blame them. And not only the government, but all the polls show the Ukrainian people, so it's hard for the government to move against that. At the same time, Putin has certain objectives in terms of territory, neutral status for Ukraine. He says he won't stop before that. It's very hard to, what's the solution there? It's very hard to find, especially where at the moment the Ukrainians feel fairly secure in Allied support. Should they, from their standpoint, why should they quit? I mean, I think we have to recognize this is an extraordinary tragedy to which all sides hold blame. I mean, the starting point I think we should say is that Vladimir Putin is responsible for this war, and he's wrong. But Allied policy towards Russia was utterly reckless in terms of what was promised to the Soviets and Russians, and in terms of what the U.S. did. And I just tell people, I live in a city that is kind of full of itself. If people in Washington saw the Soviet Union expand Warsaw Pact to Latin America, foment a coup d'etat in Mexico City, send their officials running around Mexico City having phone conversations on who the Soviet Union wanted to take over in Mexico, and offered Mexico membership in the Warsaw Pact, I can assure you no one in Washington would be saying, well, they're a sovereign country. It's their choice what they do. We believe in a peaceful resolution of this. People in Washington would go utterly, excuse the language, batshit crazy. They'd be doing the Maori haka up and down Capitol Hill steps demanding war. We'd have every think tank would have multiple webinars on, my God, why isn't the president acting? All we would hear is the necessity. Don't they know the Monroe Doctrine? And we saw that with the Cuban Missile Crisis, a willingness to risk nuclear war to ensure that military assets of your antagonistic power don't show up 100 miles away from you. So both sides have contributed to this. The danger here is that we are involved in a proxy war plus in an area that's viewed as vital by another power in a way that could easily escalate. I don't know if you remember, there was a time there was an argument, and this seemed to be utterly false, but it was made that the Russians were paying the Taliban to kill American soldiers in Afghanistan. Now, this was a time when, thankfully, very few Americans were dying, because it was kind of that peace negotiation stage under the Trump administration. But people in Capitol Hill were demanding retaliation because a few Americans might have died. The U.S. is responsible for the deaths of thousands of Russians. The U.S. has provided the means for Ukraine to kill thousands of Russians, including generals, and to sink Russian ships and to shoot down Russian planes. The U.S. is actively involved. In that climate, you can imagine at some point the Russians might decide it's gone far enough. And I find astounding people in Washington who didn't think Putin would attack, didn't take his threats seriously, and now call him Hitler and Stalin, assure us, he would never use nuclear weapons. Well, how on earth do you know when you've gotten everything else wrong? The danger is you put somebody in a corner, they may react very badly. And we have people in the U.S. like Petraeus, General Petraeus, who said we should just take out all their forces in Ukraine if they use nuclear weapons. And you're thinking, now that's truly mad. You think the Russians wouldn't do something? This is a very dangerous situation we're in. The U.S. should be looking behind the scenes for making very clear to Ukraine we've got to find some kind of a solution here that's stable and peaceful, that it's going to get worse rather than better.
Scott, if I could ask you, what impact would you say that the wars that have taken place in the 21st century have had on the American people's trust in our government?
Well, that's probably the silver lining in the whole thing, right? Is that people have learned the lesson the hard way, which they should have been able to figure out just watching the Branch Davidians burn back 30 years ago, that our national government is our enemy. They hate us. They don't care about us. They lie to us from morning to night. They steal from us all day. They'll look you right in the eye and tell you they need your firstborn son to save America from a preemptive nuclear attack from Saddam Hussein, and then get him blown to bits over there in some desert for nothing, so they could build an oil pipeline, which they never built, from Mosul to Haifa. I mean, give me a break. Our government is our enemy, not any other government on this planet. And, you know, I think there's a whole generation of, you know, 3-5 million men went to Iraq and Afghanistan and fought and saw their best friends get blown to bits over there, and then came home and then saw that it was all for nothing.
In your mind, has it always been like this? Was it an evolutionary process the way you see it?
Well, I was raised in the shadow of Vietnam, and you know, when I was a kid in the 1980s and in the 1990s, every veteran I ever met hated the Army and hated the government and was a horrible cynic and wanted to teach that cynicism to the young. Let me tell you about the Army, boy. And it was always, I feel very lucky now that I was raised with that before the War on Terror era. If I'd been a little bit younger, maybe, I wouldn't have been exposed to that as much and might have believed in the terror war the way so many others did. But I think the lesson is there that, I mean, they just, look, when Dick Cheney, he went in August of 2002, he went to the veterans of foreign wars, the guys who fought in World War II, Korea, and Vietnam. And he said, you got to give me your sons and your grandsons for this war in Iraq, because Saddam Hussein is reconstituting nuclear weapons, and we've got to stop him before he attacks the homeland. That is how cynical these people are. You couldn't tell a more blatant lie than that. So, you know, if that's what they think of us, that's what we should think of them too. That they are, you know, really an alien force, you know, a cancer grafted onto the American public and our country where we live. And we should do everything we can to never be the demand for what they're supplying, never be the voice calling for them to act other than just to stop doing whatever it is they're doing. And I think it's really terrible that it's taken these horrible wars to show people, to wake people up to the reality of it. But you can see that, especially on the right, there's a massive anti-war movement on the right, and just much more of a 90s era kind of anti-government feeling on the right now, because people can see what these agencies are and how predatory they are, how lawless they are in the name of enforcing the law, in the name of keeping us safe and free. And it's past the point of strained credulity now. No one believes in it anymore.
Yeah. I think that this shows the need for accountability. I mean, you know, we had a declaration of war even in World War II. America had been attacked, and the president still goes to Congress and forces the legislature of the United States, representing the American people, to take a stand. Today, no one is held accountable. You can promote a war, hundreds of thousands of people die, and it's a catastrophe, and nothing happens. In Washington, you get promoted. I mean, you get to write for even bigger think tanks and you know, op-ed pages. You know, we need to hold politicians accountable. You don't get away with saying, well, the president didn't. No, you're in Congress. Your job is to oversee this. Your job is to stop this. We have, frankly, generals who went annually to Congress and lied about Afghanistan. Everything's great. Fabulous, we're winning, just give us a little more money. 20 years worth. 20 years. And what happened happened. Something didn't go right. And I don't remember the generals telling us. And the only people who make these people accountable is you. It's the American people. And we have gotten, and I think one of the problems on foreign policy is it seems esoteric, it's hard to understand, North Korea, nuclear weapons, all kinds of crazy stuff. But it matters hugely. It matters on money and it matters on lives. My dad was career Air Force, my brother-in-law was career Air Force, my nephew is a SEAL, my uncle was in the Navy, you know, my associate pastor retired from the Marine Corps. I mean, I am surrounded by military people. I grew up on military bases. These are good people. And they want to help defend America. We should not risk their lives for stupid stuff. They need to know that they have a political leadership that believes their lives have value and should be risked only the most extreme, important, vital interest. We do not have that today. We need to demand that of our political leaders.
Thanks, Doug. Scott, final thoughts, 30 seconds.
Well, look, I think for me, I mentioned Waco a second ago. I was raised on that, and I look at Waco as basically our foreign policy writ small. They made a foreign nation out of this piece of property. They made an evil dictator out of their leader, Koresh, and then they sent in the Delta Force and killed them all. And they did the same, they pulled the same stunt really with Iraq War II. Oh, he's crazy, so we can't negotiate with him, like they're saying about Putin now. Oh, he's got all these illegal weapons and he's bad to his own people. And they just demonize people and scapegoat them and lie to us, try to make us hate these people so that they can get away with their dirty work. And at some point, forgive the expression, we need to take the inoculation and learn our lesson that the next time they turn around after they're done demonizing Russia and they want to get us into a war with China over Taiwan or whatever it is next, they want to go back and pick a fight with the Ayatollah, that we have got to know better. We've got to remember the last 10 times that they tried to lie us into war and did lie us into war, and stop giving them the benefit of the doubt. Stop giving them the benefit of the idea of their legitimacy when they're just not legitimate.
Scott Horton, Doug Bandow, thank you guys so much. Thought-provoking and stimulating. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you all.
Please welcome Michael Shermer.
All righty. Hi, everybody. All right, let me get set up here for you. How's it going today? Whoa, hang on for a second. I gotta set this up. Here we go. Whoa. All right. All right, you can hear me okay? All right, nice to see you all. Oh, I just looked up. All right, I am just to introduce myself, the publisher of this magazine called Skeptic Magazine. It's the quarterly publication of the Skeptic Society. This is our latest issue on economic matters, the cover story written by none other than our own Mark Skousen. So that's pretty cool. I don't know if I actually need these mics, but we'll just put them down here like this. And my latest book, which they'll have over at the book, wherever that is, over there, I think. No, over there. Called Conspiracy, Why the Rational Believe the Irrational. And you may have noticed there's a lot of that out there, irrationality. Despite the fact that we are by nature, I think, reasonably rational beings. So it depends on the conditions in which we are confronted with claims of conspiracies, whether we believe them or not. But that's the subject of last year's lecture. Today, Mark asked me to speak on the topic of one of my Scientific American columns that I then expanded into a longer lecture for my final lecture at my final course at Chapman University last month, called How Lives Turn Out, Genes, Environment, and Luck. What we can and cannot control and what we can do about it. So I thought I'd start with a quote. I don't have a PowerPoint for this, so I'm just going old school here. So if you want to put me on the screen, that's fine, or just leave that up. That's also fine too. That I think will make your heads explode if I understand my FreedomFest audience. This is from President Barack Obama. In 2012, when he was on a campaign rally in Roanoke, Virginia, he said, "If you were successful, somebody along the line gave you some help. There was a great teacher somewhere in your life. Somebody helped to create this unbelievable American system that have allowed you to thrive. Somebody invested in roads and bridges. If you've got a business, you didn't build that. Somebody else made that happen. The internet didn't get invented on its own. Government research created the internet so that all the companies could make money off the internet." Well, as you can imagine, if you recall, conservative heads exploded when they heard that. What do you mean I didn't build that? I did too build my business. Well, I get that. I mean, nobody writes my books for me. If I don't write them, they don't get written. So, but I started thinking about what he meant by that. Because it's true, I do drive on public roads, and they are relatively well maintained, at least in Southern California. Where I live in, and the infrastructure, the legal system, and so on, it's all in there in place for me. And I had nothing to do with that. So I see what he means, and I started thinking about that, how we might think about the role of luck. You know, I'll talk about genes and environment in a little bit, but the role of luck, I think, is highly underestimated in all of our lives. First, there's the luck of being born at all. That you're even born, you're lucky. Because the ratio of the number of people who could have been born who actually weren't is trillions to one. We know this from just the calculations of how many possible people there could be. And it's you instead of somebody else or nobody. Then there's the luck of being born in a Western country with a stable political system, a sound economy, and a solid infrastructure, things like roads and bridges. Rather than say if you were born in lower caste India or war-torn Syria or anarchic Somalia. If you were unlucky enough to be born in one of those countries, you can hardly be blamed for a life outcome of poverty and destitution. And if you manage to get out of such horrific environments, there's a good chance that in addition to being intelligent and creative, hardworking, and a high risk taker, you probably had some help along the way. Second, there's the luck of having loving and nurturing parents who raised you in a safe neighborhood and a healthy environment, maybe provided you with a high-quality K through 12 education, either at a private school or a high-quality public school, and instilled in you the values of personal responsibility. Now, you don't get to pick your parents, as they say. So you didn't do anything to earn that if you had good parents. You just got lucky. If your family was also financially successful, that's an added bonus, because one of the best predictors of someone's life earning power is that of their parents. In fact, it's the number one predictor of how much money you'll make in your life is how much money your parents made, on average. If you were unlucky enough to be raised in an impoverished home by a single parent in an unsafe environment with crappy schools, with unpaid and uninspiring teachers, you can hardly be blamed for not waltzing your way into Harvard, followed by a six-figure corporate salary with country club privileges. And if you did manage to pull yourself up by your bootstraps into such a privileged world, out of such an impoverished environment, there's a good chance that in addition to being intelligent, creative, hardworking, and a high-risk taker, you probably had some help along the way. Third, there's the luck of attending college, where you happened upon a good or inspiring professors or mentors who guided you in your calling, along with probably a strong peer cohort, that is friends, who push you and challenge you and support you, followed by maybe a high-paying job or a fulfilling career that matches your education, talents, and interests. And if you were unlucky enough to have never been mentored by nurturing teachers and professors, you didn't befriend smart and ambitious peers in your age range in school, could not land a high-paying job out of school, and never found your calling in life that could be converted into a lucrative career, the fault is not entirely yours. In fact, it's prudently found in your background, including especially the constraining prior conditions that I just talked about. Where were you born and raised? That makes a huge difference, that you didn't choose. Fourth, there's the luck of being born at a time in history when your particular aptitudes and passions fit that of the zeitgeist. Just think about it. If the Google boys, Larry Page and Sergey Brin, the two of the richest people in the world, were born in 1873 rather than 1973, would they be worth $100 billion each? Well, not in 1873, but the equivalent of that at the time. Certainly, those guys are hardworking, intelligent, creative, risk takers, so they probably would have been successful in anything they did. But two of the richest people ever? Probably not. It's good timing to have come along and create a search engine the moment we wanted a search engine, when there was a market for it. And that window is really narrow, maybe a few months to a year or so. If you had the bad luck to have talents and interests in a task or subject for which your society has next to no interest, you can hardly be blamed for that, short of not having the foresight to see what's coming around the next bend, which almost nobody has. Fifth, there's the luck of being born with a certain personality. Because conservatives will say something like, well, I just get up with vim and vigor in the morning and I'm just dying to get out there and work hard. And I'm enthusiastic about this, I'm motivated, I have a high achievement need, and so on. We now know that this isn't something you just choose to be. Personality is itself highly heritable, at least 50% heritable. The best personality theory on the market now is called the Big Five. Personality dimensions: Ocean, O-C-E-A-N, O, openness to experience. How willing you are to try new things. C, conscientiousness, how hardworking, orderful, dutiful, competent, conscientious you are. O-C. E, extroversion versus introversion. There's an interesting study done on lucky people. Okay, first of all, there's no such thing as luck in some kind of cosmic sense, like there's somebody up there like Zeus throwing the dice for people or against people. But the study found that people who self-identify as being lucky, score higher in openness to experience and extroversion. They're more likely to try new things. They're more likely to be gregarious and social. And so that's the person that goes to the party and meets the person who hires them at some Fortune 500 company, and or they become entrepreneurs and they do a new startup because they met somebody new or they tried something because they were adventurous this way. In hindsight, they'll go, man, I was so lucky. Well, yeah, that's partially true. But in fact, the fact that you're gregarious and social, extroverted, and open to trying new things is not something you can just will completely. It's at least 50% heritable. Agreeableness, O-C-E-A-N, agreeableness versus disagreeableness. You've probably met some of those people, the disagreeable ones. You know, they're just unpleasant to be around. And they get upset and angry about everything, okay? Versus being agreeable, likable, nice, friendly, and so on. And then finally, neuroticism, the N, O-C-E-A-N, neuroticism, being anxious, depressed, high in emotionality, high emotional swings, easy to anger, and so on. Those are traits that are very difficult to control, all of these. You can do it, but it takes a lot of work because at least 50% of the variance between people on openness to experience, conscientiousness, extroversion, agreeableness, and neuroticism is accounted for by genes. Not 50% of openness. 50% of the variance between people on openness is explainable by genes. And finally, intelligence matters a lot. And we know that at least 50% of the differences between people on intelligence is heritable. So you can't say, I chose to be smart. You can be an autodidact, you can study, you can educate yourself. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about aptitude. There's a concept in intelligence testing called G, general intelligence. Some people just have a high G, and some people, you've probably met them, I get letters from them, seem to have a low G. Sorry. Or even maybe you score high on one of the subtests of the IQ test, or the SAT, or the GRE, or the LSAT, or the MCAT. Any of those. Those tests are very reliable, and they're also very valid. That is, they really do measure what they claim to measure, and they really are good at predicting outcomes, specific outcomes, like grades, GPA in college, graduation rates, lifetime income, happiness in a marriage, just general physical health. People that are smarter and higher in these various aptitudes really do have better lives. And again, you can't really take credit for that. You just got lucky. Now, I'm going to get to the point, what if I'm one of those low GPA? What can I do? There's a lot you can do. Okay. Again, it's only 50% of the variance on these things. Now, politically, there's an interesting angle on this. Conservatives tend to embrace what's called the just world theory. The just world theory of how lives turn out. That is, if you're rich, successful, and happy, it's because you're hardworking, intelligent, creative, risk-taking, and justly rewarded with happiness and money and so forth for your discipline and self-control. And if you're poor, unsuccessful, and unhappy, it's because you're lazy, ignorant, unimaginative, risk-averse, and duly punished with unhappiness for your lack of willpower and self-persuasion. In other words, for conservatives, the world is already just. So any injustices are the result of the natural order of things and should just be left well alone. People get what they deserve, so a just society is one in which there are equal opportunities for natural inequalities to form, so let the chips fall wherever they may. Okay, that's the conservative just world theory. By contrast, you may know some of these liberals, hold an unjust world theory of how lives turn out. If you're rich, successful, and happy, it's because you were fortunate to be born with genes for intelligence, drive, and ambition, were raised in a stable family that inculcated into you the virtues that produce behaviors that translate into hard work, creativity, and risk-taking, and you were nourished along the way by people who enabled your success, such as your parents, teachers, mentors, and communities that were nurturing and caring For those people who do not have the good fortune to have been born in wealth, prosperity, stable families, nurturing communities, and safe environments, we have a moral obligation to alter society in a manner to level the playing field, to allow all members of our community or society to flourish to the best of their natural talents. That's the unjust world theory. So, believing that the world is already just, conservatives emphasize institutions of traditions, faith and family, nation and creed, and they want to maintain the order and stability of the present structure of a society, even at the cost of those at the bottom falling through the cracks. Believing that the world is unjust, liberals question authority, celebrate diversity, often flout faith and tradition in order to care for the weak and oppressed. And they want change and justice even at the risk of political or economic disorder. Okay, I'd say I'm somewhere in between there, kind of more of the classical liberal or libertarian attitude. I think the world is mostly a fair and just place after centuries of it being pretty unjust, actually. You know, the idea that the rich get richer because they kind of cheated their way, or the system was rigged, or they knew people, or economic opportunities were not really there in the past for most people, that's true. Often the rich did get rich by not fair means. Okay, this is no longer the case, but it certainly was, so you can see why people would be suspicious. It's one of my theories of conspiracy thinking is that there really are conspiracies. There really is insider trading. There really are people that rig the system to try to get an unfair advantage. That really does happen, even today. So I understand why people are suspicious of that. Politically, obviously, the goal is to make the opportunities available for everyone. And we do have a moral obligation, I think, to help people at the bottom to get those opportunities. I think the idea of reparations for African Americans or Native Americans may be a decent idea in principle. I'm along the lines of Thomas Sowell and Shelby Steele and a few others who think that the affirmative action and just Great Society in the 60s was a form of reparations. And I'd say it didn't work so well because of the way it was implemented. So here I might lean toward the conservatives, saying that these values have to come from within the local community, families, and so forth. The government can't make people get married, although they can nudge you in that direction. I mean, I'm married, and I get a break on my taxes for being married, and I have a kid, so I get another tax break, and I own a home, and I get to deduct the interest on my mortgage, so apparently the government wants me to be married, have kids, and own a home. So governments can do things like that to nudge people to do things that we think are probably good for the nation in the long run. And it's true. If you get married, if you have kids while you're married instead of out of wedlock, if you finish school and then get a job before you get married and have kids and buy a home and so forth, all of that pulls people out of poverty. It isn't rocket science. It probably isn't even economic science. It's probably just basic how to live your life kind of thing. So I think that, you know, politically it's a difficult issue. Something like that, if you study the problems of poverty in America, it's largely the result of these really crappy environments, home environments, neighborhoods, poverty, high crime rates, awful diets, crappy air, and so on. It's hard to imagine a child living in that kind of environment for 15 years and then showing up at school and being told that they're going to take the SAT test. What's that? This was what happened to me. I was born in a middle-class family, but the SAT was fairly new when I was in high school, and I didn't even know what it was. They just said it's Saturday. I'm like, okay. Now, you know, I sent my daughter through an SAT prep class. It's $1,500. It raised her score like 300 points. Wow. All right. So those kinds of opportunities, you know, they have to come from within, and I think we can nudge people through incentives like that. Anyway, okay, now I'm going to shift to what can you do about this personally. That's kind of politically. You can sort of see the ramifications of which theory of human nature you hold and how you treat the concept of luck and how lives turn out for what government should or shouldn't do. But then, so I'll just kind of give the final lecture I gave to my students about what you can do about this personally, because you can't pick any of these things I talked about, parents or your genes or your intelligence or your personality, but you can do something. So I'm just going to do 10 lessons for life. Now I have to preface this, I'm not a motivation speaker, I'm not a Tony Robbins, I'm not going to run across the stage and get you to stand up and all that stuff. Just not what I do. Or I'm not Jordan Peterson, I'm not going to quote Nietzsche and Freud and go off on all that stuff, let's call it. These are just kind of science-based, rational-based lessons for life. The first I call the first law of life, which is to say the first and last tool to improve your life is to expend energy to survive and flourish. This is based on the fact that the second law of thermodynamics is the first law of life. That is to say, the universe is running down. Entropy is the law, and you can't break it. Which holds that in a closed system, energy dissipates, disorder increases, and things run down. Metal rusts if you don't maintain it. Weeds overrun gardens if you don't weed them. Wood rots if you don't paint it. Beds stay unmade and bedrooms get cluttered if you don't make and clean them. Your body will grow weak and flabby if you don't stress it regularly with exercise. I notice that pretty much every week. Get myself out of bed and go exercise. Your mind becomes fuzzy and confused if you don't challenge it to think. Friendships and relationships must be maintained through regular communication. An empty bank account is what happens if you don't go to work and earn money. And poverty is what societies get if they do nothing productive. You know, poverty doesn't even need an explanation. No one needs to write books about poverty. That's just the default. That's what you get if you don't do anything. If you don't push back against entropy and try to carve out a little niche of order in the entropic, chaotic nature of the universe, which is just running down. It's wealth that needs an explanation. Well, I don't have to tell you guys, the wealth of nations. That's a new concept that we should study the origin of wealth, because that's what needs an explanation. Poverty is just what happens if you don't do anything. Think of a sand castle at the beach. And, how much energy and order goes into pressing all the grains of sand with just the right amount of water and so on and so forth. There's only so many limited ways you could push the sand grains into a structure that looks like a castle. There's an infinite number of ways that waves and wind and little children and dogs can knock that castle back down into just an amorphic blob of sand. This is what life is really like if you don't do anything. This explains why failures in life are so much more common than successes. There's just simply more ways to fail than there are to succeed. And the higher you aim, the more obstacles there are going to be for you to get there, and entropy will push back against you all the way to the top. So remember that the next time you fail. Whenever you fail, it's like, well, this is what is supposed to happen. That's what normally happens. It's the rare success that you're pushing back against entropy. Whenever I play golf, which isn't often, I'm one of those golfers that remembers the best game I ever shot and think, that's my normal. And then I'm constantly frustrated. How come I'm not shooting my norm? Because of regression to the mean. You're just going back to the way things normally are, which is bad. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. Okay. Lesson 2, to thine own self be true. Being true to yourself means recognizing and acknowledging that A is A, that you are you and not someone else. To try to be something you're not or to pretend to be someone else is a violation of what's called Aristotle's law of identity. A cannot be non-A. You Ayn Rand fans will recognize this as her structure of Atlas Shrugged. A is A means discovering who you are, your temperament and your personality, your intelligence and your abilities, your needs and your wants, your loves and your interests, what you believe and stand for, where you want to go and how you want to get there and what matters to you. So, although your level of intelligence is going to be whatever it is, and there's not much you could do to nudge that, you can certainly find something to do that fits your intelligence. And thankfully, by luck, we live in a world in which there's a near infinite number of things you can do for a living, or a career, or just a hobby, something for fun. that suits whatever it is your thing is, and the only way to find out is just try different stuff and see what matches your A, so that your A is A. Maybe you want to be a professional ballerina, or an NBA basketball player, or an astrophysicist, or the CEO of a Fortune 500 company, or in my case, a Tour de France bike racer. But maybe you don't have the abilities to do those things. I'm afraid I'm one of those. I don't have the ability to do any of those things. But the key to life is to figure out what it is you are good at. So you try 100 things, you're probably going to fail at most of them, 98 out of 100, say. So just pick the one you are good at, and just do that. I remember in college sampling around for different majors. I went to Pepperdine University because at the time I was a born-again evangelical Christian, and I wanted to be a college professor, so, okay, what can I do? Got to have a PhD to be a college professor, and I'm into the religion stuff, so I'll major in theology. And so I started down that road. I took some classes, Old Testament, the New Testament, and the writings of C.S. Lewis, the life of Jesus, and so on. But then somebody said, you know, to get a PhD in theology, you have to master Hebrew, Greek, Aramaic, and Latin. And I remembered in high school, I barely got through Spanish. I thought, I have no hope of ever mastering 4 dead languages. So I switched majors to psychology and then ended up in science, where I am good at that. So that's it. Just pick the one you're good at and forget the others. All right, lesson 3, be anti-fragile. You'll recognize this. Nassim Taleb's book is called Anti-Fragile. This is not just being resilient. What Nassim means is, because resilient is just you're kind of pushing back against the forces against you. Anti-fragile means you're actually getting stronger, not just resilient, but stronger. This is what he means by anti-fragile. From randomness, uncertainty, opacity, adventure, and disorder, shocks to the system, and so on. These are actually opportunities to be more fragile, to grow. A number of idioms capture the principle. Prepare the child for the road, not the road for the child. There's a number of books out now about the problem with today's youth. It does not appear that these are written by people my age or the next generation down. So we're accused of saying, you know, kids these days, they're acting crazy, like we boomers never did anything crazy in the 60s. But there does seem to be a difference in the fragility of Gen Zs. These are kids born after 1995. 1996, I think, is the definition of a Gen Z. And the parenting style seems to be to prepare the road for the child. That is, build a protective cocoon around the child before you send them out. And this is why playgrounds are just masses of padding and soft and cushions and all that wood chip stuff and all. Nothing like the playgrounds I grew up at. They're designed by lawyers, I think, than people that have kids or were ever kids. And I think that's a problem. I think this is one of the explanations for the increase in depression and anxiety, cutting, suicidal ideation, and so on amongst today's youth. It's up about 350% amongst teenage girls. It's up about 150% among teenage boys today compared to 10 years ago. Question is why? Social media, screen time, different hypotheses. But I like Jean Twangy's theory, which has to do with generational differences. Technology has enabled over the last 2 centuries people to live longer, public health measures, vaccines, and so on. Instead of living on an average of, say, 40 to 50 years, we live an average of now 70 to 80 years. And so when you have a longer lifespan, your life pace can slow down. And you don't have to have as many children, and you don't have to have your children as early. So Jean, in her book called Generations, tracks this with data. There's tons of data on all this. That I think the average age of baby boomer women having a kid was 19. It's now 29. So if no one in your cohort is having kids at 19, 20, then you just don't either because it's just not done. The norms shift. And as a consequence, this is called life history theory. Having fewer children means you allocate more resources and you're highly risk averse for each one. So this has to do with a biological theory called R selection versus K selection. Species that are selected, they have a lot of offspring and they just put them all out there and pay next to no attention to any of them. Like, just think of salmon spawning a gazillion eggs, and hopefully a few will get all the way to the top of the river or whatever. As opposed to like elephants, which are K-selected. That is, they have very few offspring but allocate huge resources and are very protective to make sure that the one gets to reproductive age. These are just strategies to get your genes to the next generation. It's just how evolution works. So Jean Twenge's theory is that it's life history theory that explains these generational differences. And therefore, us boomer parents who raised kids in the 90s and 2000s, or millennials in the 2000s, raising kids in the 2000s, are having kids later and fewer and are highly risk averse and super protective, helicopter parenting. I'm one, for sure. Play dates, got to set the play date and the time and make sure that the parent's house doesn't have guns and chemicals and my parents never did that. And so this is the explanation for why we are not raising anti-fragile children. In fact, they're pretty fragile. Okay, so don't do that, I say to myself. Okay, lesson 4, be self-disciplined. Okay, everybody, one of the things I don't like about self-help books and speakers and so on is they always seem to have a hack. Like, here's the hack to life. Okay, there is no hack at all. You just have to just do it. External motivations are a way to start. That is, you motivate yourself with rewards for changing your habits. If I can go a week without smoking or eating desserts or whatever, I'm going to reward myself with this little treat. That's okay to get started, but if you don't inculcate it into your being as who you actually are and are comfortable with, and that's what you want to do always, then the external rewards won't work. They'll fail. Probably what's going to happen with these new diet injections that everybody's getting these days, you have to stop at some point, and the point seems to be 3 months. And we know that the set point for what your body wants your weight to be at is much longer than 3 months. So if you don't make the shift behaviorally to changing your lifestyle of diet and nutrition, your weight will just come roaring back. That's my prediction of what will happen. So you have to be self-disciplined. You just have to do it. Just every day until it's second nature. And that's it. Okay. And that leads to lesson 5, which is action is character. This comes from F. Scott Fitzgerald's novel, in which he describes one of the characters as action is character. That is, your character is based on what you actually do. So in those big 5 personality dimensions that translate into actions and behaviors, the 50% variance in there, some of it is environment, and some of that you can control. And one of that is, we know from research on this, is just change your action. Just stop doing whatever it is you're doing and act differently. I mean, literally smile more if you're always angry, or just stop doing things or start doing things. This is based on the theory, it's kind of a century-long debate in psychology about the origins of emotions and what they are exactly. You're walking down the trail and there's a bear. and you run off. So, and you experience an emotion of fear. Was that because you saw the bear, cognitively processed what you saw, and then changed the physiology of your body, and then you ran? Or did you just instinctively run, and then the changing of the behavior and the stress hormones and all that stuff then gets uploaded to consciousness as an emotion called fear? So we now think it's the latter one. Your body just responds instinctively, quickly, way too fast for a cognitive process to label it, and then you call it something afterwards. So the action comes first, and then the emotion comes second. That's the theory behind this. Action is character. Just change your behavior, and then your character will change. Okay, this is not easy, but it's what the theory says. And that leads to lesson number 6, don't eat the marshmallow. Marshmallow. This is Walter Mischel's famous experiment. I'm sure you're familiar with it. This was done in the 1970s and 80s, and it's been replicated countless times. So you bring a little child into the room. He did this at Stanford University. And the children were the children of Stanford professors, so not exactly a random sampling of the population in terms of G, right? Okay, but it's been replicated elsewhere as well. That is, you give the kid a marshmallow and say, okay, I have to go out of the room here for 10 minutes. I'll be right back. And if you wait and don't eat it, I'll give you 2 marshmallows. You get another one. All right, so then he just observes what happens. You can Google this on YouTube and see what the marshmallow test, and it's just hilarious to see the videos of these kids and what they do. And some of them really do wait, others just can't wait, and most of them are in between. They look at it and they smell it and they pick it up and they cover their eyes and they look away and they're trying to find the hack. I really want to eat it now, but I really want to wait and get 2 later, and that's the marshmallow test. Okay, Walter Mischel became famous later when he did a follow-up with these kids 30 years later. And the ones that delayed gratification and waited for the second marshmallow, so he called this delay of gratification, had higher graduation rates from high school and college, higher GPAs. They lived longer, they were healthier, they had better marriages, they made more money, on and on and on. So kind of the bottom line was, don't eat the marshmallow, just wait. Okay, the problem with this is that we didn't evolve to be that way. It reminds me of that Simpsons episode where Homer's about to down 23 beers and Marge reminds him that he might regret this tomorrow. And he says, that's a problem for future Homer. Man, I don't envy that guy. Okay, so all of life is a marshmallow test. And the question is should you eat it now or wait? The problem is in our ancestral environment that we evolved in for way longer than we've been civilized, the bird in the hand was worth 2 in the bush, another one of these idioms. You really should just take what you have now. What if the professor doesn't come back with the second marshmallow? What if some other kid comes in and takes my marshmallow and I don't get any of them? Right? So, and in fact, follow-up research shows that people raised in poor environments, homes with lots of other kids, step siblings and things like that, they don't delay gratification as well. So this was often thought to be a bad thing, but there's a kind of rationality underneath it, if you think about it. What if somebody steals your marshmallow, the second one? You better just take what you have now. And that's actually a good strategy. In a resource-poor environment, take what you could get. This is called mismatch theory in nutrition and diets. Our bodies are designed in that environment that are calorie low, in which who knows when the next big meal is coming. So I better eat as much as I possibly can, especially if it tastes sweet and it's nice and fatty, because those are rich calories, and I may not get any for another week or 2. So I better just down as much as I can. Now, of course, you can have that every single hour of every day, and this is the mismatch theory of obesity. The brain doesn't have a mechanism that says that's enough. It does for salt and bitter, but not for sweet and fat. And so that's where the other idiom comes in. Life is short. Eat dessert first. Well, it's like, but I want to look good tomorrow. Yeah, but the dessert is really good now, right? Or that was the other example I used to use. Remember that website, Ashley Madison? And their line was, life is short, have an affair. Have an affair, right? So, and anyway, they got busted because somebody, a disgruntled employer or whatever, released the database of who was on that list and how the whole company worked. Turns out it was almost all men having conversations with bots. And so I guess there were some unpleasant conversations in some marriages when those names were released. But in fact, that doesn't always work for a variety of reasons. That it's good to delay gratification if you know that you're actually going to live longer. So this is back to Jean Twangy's life history theory. If you're going to live a long life, it's easier to calculate, well, if I'm going to be alive when I'm 80 and I'm going to retire at 60 and I'm now 40, I better start putting money away for retirement. Well, we know from economists who have studied this, the vast majority of Americans anyway have nothing or a couple $100 or a few thousand at most when they retire. They can't cover even, say, 1 month of missed work. And so they depend on Social Security and so on, and this led to companies designing their own retirement accounts, in which this is called libertarian paternalism, which you guys will like that word. The paternalism is the company says, we are going to withdraw money from your paycheck and put it in a retirement account for you, because we know you won't do it. Your choice, the libertarian part, is we have 3 different accounts or 6 different accounts. This one's highly risk averse, this one's low risk averse, and in between, and so on. You get to pick, right? That's the idea there. So the lesson is, you don't want to be Homer and say of your future self, man, I don't envy that guy. You got to delay gratification. Don't eat the marshmallow if you can. Okay. Number 8, build strong social networks. So I mentioned a bit about diet and nutrition. Okay, those are all good for living a long, healthy, and high-quality life. But believe it or not, there's something even better you could do. That's better than getting up at 0 dark 30 to run and doing push-ups or eating kale. Oh, kale. All you have to do is be sociable, right? Here are some statistics from, these are longitudinal studies done at Harvard starting in 1939, and they're still continuing. Exercise lowers mortality risk by 33%. So you should work out. That's good. 33%. Marriage, a happy marriage, lowers it by 49%. The unhappy marriage part, they didn't have any data on that. Okay. Eating 6 or more servings per day of fruits and vegetables lowers mortality risk by 26%. Okay, fruits and vegetables, 26%. That's good. Having a large social network of friends lowers it by 45%. Okay, we're almost double. Better to have friends. This isn't to say if you have a lot of friends, you can just eat crap food. But it's even better to have friends than eating good food. Eating 3 servings a day of whole grains lowers mortality risk by 23%. Feeling you have others you can count on for support lowers it by 35%. 35 versus 23%. There's hundreds of these measures, but last one. Eating a Mediterranean diet lowers mortality risk by 21%. Living with someone lowers it by 32%. Again, it's on average. Living with somebody, you like, who likes you, right? There were interesting studies back in the 90s and early 2000s that religious people live longer and healthier, happier lives. Okay, and so, of course, theists argue, oh, well, see, God's rewarding us for believing. And it isn't that at all. There's no supernatural woo-woo at work there, changing your body or your health. It's that having a social network of people you see and are close to, having a family that loves you, having a spouse that cares about you, to remind you, go to the doctor, take your vitamins, don't eat the extra piece of cheesecake, and so on. Those kind of social aspects of religion and a committed marriage, whether it's faith-based or not, whatever, it's the social aspect that makes a difference. Okay. Number 9, last 2 here. Number 9, 10. Number 9, finding your meaning and purpose in life. Okay, so people that study this, again, these longitudinal studies, so having a love and marriage, family, some kind of structure. It doesn't have to be the perfect nuclear family and all that. Just any kind of family structure, somebody that you're committed to, you're bonded to, you're attached to, who loves you, you love them. Children and so on, all this is really good. That, besides the health, I'm talking about just finding something purposeful and meaningful in life. There are psychologists who study this. 2, meaningful work and career. Having a reason to get up and out of the door, off to work, doing something productive makes a huge difference. People that are out of work, even if they have all the other good things in life, they really suffer from being out of work. Number 3, social and community involvement, just what I was talking about here. But more than that, volunteering for a nonprofit or working for a political campaign or working at the church or manning the soup kitchen, just something that's not you focused, that it's other focused, seems to make a big difference. And therefore, number 4, having challenges of goals of any kind, not just work and career and volunteering and so on, but also sports, hobbies, just something that you're focused on as a goal that takes you out of just you there and gets you to think, long-term, forward in terms of time. And then 5, transcendency and spirituality of some kind. Religion does play an important role. I'm not religious, but there's Fortunately, lots of other things you could do if you're not religious. Any kind of thing that gives a sense of awe and wonder. I've been posting on Twitter every day my daily awe, A-W-E, awe, from this research by Dacher Keltner at UC Berkeley. His book is called Awe. So the psychology of awe and spirituality, transcendence, anything that takes you out of yourself. So hikes, walks on the beach, down a trail, anywhere there's dirt, nature, plants, sky, something that's outside of you that's kind of evokes a sense of awe and wonder, looking up at the night sky, a magnificent painting, anything like that, music, dance, exercise, just anything like that that takes you out of there. And the more long-term, the more not you, but somebody else, makes a difference. Going out with friends for dinner and drinks is big fun. It makes me happy to do that. But then it's over, and I'm back home, and it's like next day, it's like, well, that was fun, but now what? But say caring for a parent, I've done this twice, for two of my 4 parents, I had step-parents, where I was a caretaker, and it wasn't fun. People, I want to be happy. I wasn't happy doing this. Happy is not the right word. It's fulfilling. It's meaningful. It's like, I should do this for my dad. I mean, I want to do this for my dad. I feel better about doing it. It's not fun schlepping my dad around all these doctor's appointments and hospitals and surgeries, and if you've done it, it's not, finding a parking spot in the hospital, parking, it just goes on and on. Like, it's not fun, but that's not why you do it. One of my criticisms of the happiness research, the psychology of happiness research, is that's the wrong word. The goal in life is not just be happy, where you're walking around with this glow on your face. You could take drugs to get that. It's doing something that makes you feel like I'm a meaningful, purposeful person. I'm making the world a little bit better. I'm helping people that I love or that love me. And so all that makes a difference. And so therefore, number 10, as I call it, be the master of your fate and the captain of your soul. That is, you do have some control over some of these variables that I've been talking about. And therefore, I'll just end here with reading William Ernst Henley's 1920 poem, Invictus, you know this, which is particularly poignant, though, if you didn't know this. He wrote it when he was dying. He was terminally ill. Here it is. I'll end with this. Out of the night that covers me, black as the pit from pole to pole, I thank whatever gods may be for my unconquerable soul. In the fell clutch of circumstance, I have not winced nor cried aloud. Under the bludgeonings of chance, my head is bloody but unbowed. Beyond this place of wrath and tears looms but the horror of the shade, and yet the menace of the years finds and shall find me unafraid. It matters not how strait the gate, how charged with punishments the scroll. I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul. Wow, that's beautiful. Thank you. All righty. Thanks for coming. I'll see you at the, whenever I see you walking around.
Mama, if that's moving up, then I'm moving out. I'm moving out. Sergeant O'Leary is walking the beats. Night he becomes a bartender. He works at Mr. Cacciatore's down on Sullivan Street, across from the medical center. And he's trading in his Chevy for a Cadillac. You wanna know by now. And if he can't drive with a broken back, at least he can polish the fenders. And it seems such a waste of time, if that's what it's all about. Mama, if that's moving up, then I'm moving out. I'm moving out. You should never argue with a crazy man. You ought to know by get for your money. And if that's what you have in mind, yeah, if that's what you're all about, good luck moving up, 'cause I
Please welcome Demetrius Minor.
Good afternoon. Thank you guys for being here to talk about this very important subject within the area of criminal justice reform. It is my honor to introduce our first guest this afternoon, Crystal Martin, a lifelong conservative, a lifelong defender of liberty, was raised in Green River, Wyoming. She is the founder of Sweetwater Against Trafficking. A family member of 2 murder victims, one of which was murdered in Green River, she also advocates for criminal justice reform and the repeal of the death penalty. You are going to be very impacted by what she has to say, and you're going to be moved by her testimony of how this event has impacted not just her professionally, but her personally. FreedomFest, will you help me give a warm welcome to Miss Crystal Martin?
Let's get it started. Let's get it started in here. Let's get it started. Let's get it started in here. Let's get it started. Let's get it started in here.
Hello. Thank you guys for joining me tonight. It's much warmer here than it is in Wyoming, for sure. I wanted to come to you today to share the memoir of 2 different family members that were murdered in my lifetime. One when I was 8 years old, the other just 8 years ago when my husband, in 2014. So I'm a mom of 3 beautiful children. I founded a nonprofit to fight against human trafficking. I started public speaking to start advocating for death penalty repeal, not only for family members, but also for the offenders' family members. I also advocate and try to push for restorative justice and trauma-informed care for children that are going in and out of the system. This is my mother on her wedding day when I was 3 years old, 1988. She was an outdoors woman, and she loved her family. In 1993, the unimaginable happened. This is our family. My dad, my 2 brothers, myself, and we had to have my mother painted in because we never had a family portrait. This was the day of her funeral. Death penalty was sought for the suspect in the slaying of my mother, where my mother was a coal miner and then decided to take an early retirement settlement and become a convenience store clerk. And at that time, she was working in a graveyard setting, and a man came in, bought some coffee, spilled the coffee on as he was purchasing it, and then pulled my mother over the counter, hit her, knocked her out, put her in a car, and then took her about 15 miles away from where she was. He then raped her 3 different times, 3 different ways, and then strangled her and buried her in a snowdrift, and then fled down to Texas. I woke up to a cop knocking on the door, law enforcement, where he had to tell myself and my dad that my mom had been kidnapped and that she was nowhere to be found. For 2 weeks, we tried to find her. It wasn't until the offender actually was found down in Texas. Pardon me, sorry. So He was found down in Texas and took law enforcement on a high-speed chase and then was expedited back to Wyoming, where he was then able to tell us where my mother's body was. At that time, the prosecutor said, okay, he meets 8 out of 12 of the criteria for seeking the death penalty in our state. A Halloween murder. In 2013, I decided I needed to move back up to Wyoming. My husband was a crane operator in the oil field, and he got in with some bad people. He started using heroin, and we had 2 children, so I had to protect them from the addiction. Exactly a year later, I got a call on November 1st telling me that my husband was gone. I didn't know what to do, didn't know what to think. How was he gone? What do you mean he's gone? Complete, utter shock. Where my mother-in-law is just weeping and trying to explain to me that he was murdered. So I go down to Texas, and I'm trying to figure out what is going to happen next. And come to find out, he was shot in the head with a .45, and his offender jumped over the center console and sat on my husband's dead body and took him to a fire pit to where he could burn him later that night. They said, a Halloween prank gone wrong. This is my husband. He was a family man. Before the addiction, he was all about being with his family. He was proud of his little boy. He was proud of his little girl. He couldn't wait for my son to grow up and teach him baseball. But even through all of his hardships in life, he never wanted to look down on anybody unless you're helping him up, even at his own expense and his own issues. He was still picking up other people. This is a picture of myself and my husband while I was pregnant with our son. And the title was Bowie Man Accused of Shooting Employee and Burning His Body. We had to identify my husband through dental records because there was not enough DNA for them to test. So a week and a half later, we found out that it was a positive identification of my husband. What I came down to realize, and I was going through criminal justice school at the time that my husband's murder happened. I really wanted to understand the criminal mindset. I wanted to understand the judicial system and why they had caused us so much pain throughout these 2 murders. And I realized that the stages of grief after a homicide was denial. We didn't want to believe that they were gone forever. Anger, we were constantly placing the blame on the offender's family members. Oh, they did this, or oh, this happened in their life. Oh, this town is a terrible place to live, and their social environments. But it wasn't that at all. I couldn't sit there and I couldn't place the blame. And then there was the pain and guilt of what could I have done differently? If I didn't tell my mom 2 weeks prior in an argument, I wish you were dead, would she have been murdered? If I would have stayed with my husband and worked with him through rehabilitation, would he have not gone to work that day? Would he have come up to Wyoming to be living with me and this tragic incident wouldn't have happened? All of the what ifs. But it's not just my family. My family was not the only ones impacted. We're not the only one with PTSD. More often than not, out of 1,683 studies, they found that an offender's family actually suffers just as much, if not more, than the victims' family members. Our justice system is a victim-centered, or not a victim-centered approach. It's an offender-centered justice system. It's all about how are we going to get this arrest? How are we going to punish this person for the crime committed? Yes, there's programs for victims, but it's not always about the victims and the impact that it has on the victims. I remember when I first got to Texas and we were trying to figure out everything for my husband. I had the assistant prosecuting attorney that came over to our house and said, "Here, fill out this documentation. This is for the Victims' Compensation Fund. They're going to help fund all of your trips, your stays, whatever you need in order to go to the trials, the arraignment, whatever." But shortly, I realized it was going to take 3 or 4 months to get any kind of compensation back because I had to pay for that out of my own pocket. So it was just another trauma and a pain to have to go through. This is a document from the OJP website on how criminal justice systems are offender-based. You can find this right on their website. So our biblical justice. A lot of times when I'm out talking about this, I find that people ask me, excuse me, about the Bible. This is the biggest argument I get. Eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, hand for a hand, and foot for a foot. How many of you in here have a belief in a religion? Is that something that you guys have seen and heard over and over in your life? No? But if you sin, you're automatically going to go to hell. But one of my biggest counters is that Jesus Christ died to rectify all sins, not just specific sins, but all sins. So when it comes to the death penalty, our justice system sits there and they have certain legislation that they have to follow by. And the prosecuting attorneys have the right to sit there and say what they're going to fight for. Most oftentimes, they're not identifying what the victim's family wants. For instance, my father, when he was going through all of this, the prosecuting attorney said that they were seeking the death penalty. There were 16 different appeals that asked them not to go for the death penalty because my dad couldn't emotionally handle it. He had a little girl he had to raise. He had to work every day. And law enforcement had already put him through hell and back trying to make sure that he didn't have anything to do with my mother's murder. When I've talked to him over the years, it's now been over 30 years since my mother's passed, and he told me that it's still traumatic for him to think about having to go through each of the appeal process if he had to go back for death penalty. All of the hardship that he would have to relive. And now that my husband passed, I know exactly that hardship. I lost my mother. I didn't understand it. I was a child. But as an adult, I have 2 children now that I have to raise as a single mom. And there's no way that I would be able to go back and forth to every appeal that is filed. One of the reasons why I am here is because death penalty repeal is so important. The justice system thinks that it's good because they can use it as a way of saying, hey, where is the body? Where is the murder weapon? Just so they can grab evidence. But when it comes down to it, it's a coercion tactic. And then we have all of these other offenders that are nonviolent drug offenders that are actually sitting there wanting rehabilitative services, but instead we're putting a lot of money into the death penalty. And we're re-victimizing the family of the victims. And then we're causing mental health issues for the offenders' family members. My husband's offender, just a little background on him. When he shot my husband, he had a 5-year-old daughter. That little girl just lost her daddy too. My daughter and son had lost their daddy. She was going to have to live with a label, much like I did when I was a child losing my mother. But hers was going to be, oh, your daddy's a murderer. How does that feel? And now, because he has prison instead of death, she has that opportunity to go and rectify that relationship and also tell him how that made her feel. I've been able to meet with both offenders. One, completely sociopathic due to the lack of brain development that he had and mental illness. It was interesting to find that out. The other one, my husband's offender, he was under a meth-induced psychosis. Does that give him an excuse? No, it doesn't. But they are just as much humans as I am. If we want to do statistics, those statistics would have said, I would have been a criminal offender. I would have been in prison. And I would have likely been a violent offender. But I wasn't. That is the power of choice. And that is why we need to look at repealing the death penalty, because we are just constantly completing a circle of trauma over and over again for each person. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to bring out the panel because I think that they would be really good at coming out right now. So I am going to have them come out. And I really appreciate your guys' time.
We just heard a very powerful presentation from Crystal about the personal impact of the death penalty. And now we're going to talk about the impact of the death penalty from a public policy perspective. Please welcome our panel. Immediately to my left, we have Jasmine Woodson, who is the Tennessee State Coordinator for conservatives concerned about the death penalty. We have Nicholas Cote from Arizona, who is also our Western Regional Organizer for conservatives concerned about the death penalty. And then we have Victoria Natazi, Director of Criminal Justice Policy for Reason Foundation. Why don't you give these guys a hand? Jasmine, I want to begin with you. FreedomFest here is here in Memphis, Tennessee, and the theme is the soul of liberty. Can you speak to what freedom and liberty means in Tennessee from your perspective as it relates to the death penalty?
Yes.
One, I am grateful to live in a red state, a very conservative state. But with that, I feel like we should go back and look at things like the death penalty, especially since we have one of the strongest, most strictest abortion laws. So it's really, are we pro-life or are we pro-birth? So is it really liberty for the government to kill anybody? Is it really freedom with the government having the ability to take a life?
When you talk with lawmakers here in Tennessee, what are some of the messages concerning the death penalty that you try to relate to them, that you try to convey, that's going to get them on board with public policy?
Yeah, most lawmakers, I'd say about 75% of them are very open to learning more about the death penalty, and I'd say about 75% are indifferent about it. And it goes back to what I said earlier about being pro-life. It challenges them to really about their beliefs, and that's where most of them, the people who end up becoming against the death penalty, it's because of being pro-life.
Nicholas, you've been spending some time in Arizona. Are you seeing any similarities in Arizona that Jasmine may be seeing in Tennessee? And if so, please tell us about that, but also talk about the differences in messaging that will have to take place in Arizona that will look different than here in Tennessee as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the things that Jasmine just said is that most Republican lawmakers that she talks to either haven't thought that much about it, don't have a strong opinion on it, are willing to hear more. And that's something I think is true in every state that I've been in talking with Republicans. But there's something else that Tennessee and Arizona have in common, and frankly, every state that continues to have the death penalty on the books has in common for the most part, and that's it's very difficult to actually carry out executions. And there are many reasons for that, but one of the reasons for it is that states are increasingly finding it difficult to obtain lethal injection drugs. And so one of the things that they do to try to get lethal injection drugs is pass secrecy laws or through totally untransparent practices, get drugs on the black market from overseas. We don't know where they're coming from. In Arizona, we know that the state spent $1.5 million acquiring the ingredients for a lethal injection drug. We have no idea where it came from. The state refuses to tell us. And there's really dramatic consequences to this secrecy. I'm a libertarian. Like a lot of people here, I believe that government should be accountable. We need to know what government is actually doing. And in the death penalty, which I think is the most serious, dramatic thing that the government can do, is take somebody's life, they try to hide as much information as they can about what actually happens. As I said, there's some really bad consequences to that. In Tennessee, right here in Tennessee, in April of 2022, just before an execution was scheduled to be carried out, Governor Lee halted it because there was just suddenly discovered an oversight in the state's protocol that some of the officers involved failed to conduct some of the testing, I believe, that was required. And Governor Lee subsequently launched a review of the protocol and the practices in the state of Tennessee. A report was issued in December of 2022, and that report was pretty devastating. It found one of the quotes from it is an abdication of responsibility. There were numerous instances documented where the state failed to follow its own procedures. But what are they doing about it? They're continuing the secrecy, unfortunately, and Tennessee has brought on to head the Department of Corrections someone from Arizona, and their thinking is, well, Arizona recently carried out executions just last year. Each of those 3 executions was reported to be visibly botched, and now in Arizona, there's a pause in executions. The governor has appointed an independent commissioner, again, to investigate what happened in Arizona, to investigate the sourcing of the drugs, to investigate the protocol, because the same issues happen again and again in every state that is trying to carry out the death penalty. Ohio is another example. Republican Governor Mike DeWine has said carrying out executions right now is impossible from a practical point of view. It is just something that they can't do. And we all know here, you can go to any breakout session and hear about failures of government, and they happen in the administration of the death penalty. They happen on the front end, they happen at the trial level, they happen at the end when the state is trying to carry out an execution. And that is something that we see time and time again in state after state. And so that's one of those things that a lot of these Republican lawmakers don't have a great sense of how it's actually carried out. And we need more sunlight on it if it's going to be carried out at all. We need more information, not less. And unfortunately, states have gone in the opposite direction.
Nicholas, you said something that was very poignant there, and that was accountability. And I believe that's why we're here. It's because there has been a lack of accountability in government. As individuals here from different parts of life, different backgrounds, one thing that we share in common is our fierce defense of liberty. And within that fierce defense of liberty is an inherent distrust of government. We don't trust the government to deliver our mail on time. We don't trust the government to give us accurate COVID numbers. Why will we trust the government? And I say this absent of hyperbole, with our life. And so it seems like everything that the government touches dies. So, Victorio, can you explain how the death penalty from a public policy perspective has failed us on a state and federal level?
Yeah, I mean, I think you raised a good point. And so I think one of the, obviously the most important questions around the death penalty are these moral questions. And I think everybody can agree that it would be absolutely immoral and a failure of liberty for an innocent person to be executed. And the reality is that just like in all areas of government, sometimes the prosecutors get it wrong. And in fact, my recent colleagues will have a whole panel tomorrow talking about prosecutors and the power that they have in the criminal justice system. But for the purposes of this panel, that could be a whole separate conversation. Prosecutors do sometimes get things wrong. And in fact, the Death Penalty Information Center has a great website, and on it they have a database of all of the exonerations that have occurred among people on death row. And since 1973, when they started tracking, 192 people have been exonerated while on death row. And those are the people that were fortunate enough to appeal their case and had their convictions overturned. There are likely many other people who have not had that opportunity or who haven't been successful in their appeals. Research estimates place the number around 4% of people currently on death row could be innocent. Of course, we can't possibly really know that without evaluating each case individually, but oftentimes people are convicted on just the testimony of another person. And so two good examples that I can give are in Oklahoma right now. Richard Glossip is an individual who's on death row. He is there because of the testimony of the man who actually committed the murder. And in exchange for avoiding the death penalty, he pointed his finger at Richard Glossip, and there's no evidence otherwise that he committed the crime. And so Richard Glossip is facing execution while the actual murderer in that case is sitting in prison and will not be executed. In Ohio, a gentleman by the name of Anthony Aponovich, he actually has exculpatory DNA evidence in his case. The prosecutors, in putting together their case, did some DNA testing, and in fact, it was someone else's DNA that was present. But that evidence was suppressed during the trial, and it came to light in the course of Mr. Aponovich's appeals. But there's a technicality in Ohio which says that in order for that exculpatory evidence to actually exonerate him, the defendant needs to be the one to request the testing. But he's unable to actually make that request. And so he was released from death row for 2 years, a little over 2 years, and is now back on death row because of that legal technicality. And so that's a man who, by all accounts, is innocent of the crime, but because the prosecutor won't let go of the case, and because of this legal technicality, is facing execution. Richard Glossip has had his last meal 3 times, and at every time there's a last-minute effort to avoid execution, and this last time the Supreme Court had to step in and stay his execution. So, we as libertarians are skeptical of government power, and I think this is a clear case where we should be skeptical of government power, where, these are just 2 examples of many others where the prosecutors, despite substantial evidence of these people's innocence, continue to pursue execution.
Those who are supporters of the death penalty, they have some questions, they have some concerns, but a lot of times this is a very common posture, is that it should be used for the most heinous of crimes, and that maybe instead of trying to repeal it in its totality, let's just try to fix it. Jasmine, what is your response to that? To that posture and to that stance?
Yeah, so who would be the person in charge of saying who is the worst of the worst? What crime was the most heinous? Because, like, I'll say, for instance, Nashville and Shelby County here in Memphis. You could commit the same crime both in Nashville and Memphis, and you're more likely to be sentenced to death in Memphis than you would be in Nashville. So I don't feel like, again, the government should be in charge of who lives and who dies, because that's not a scale. You can't, someone could kill 2 kids in Nashville, kill 1 kid in Memphis and get the death penalty, but then the family in Nashville is going to be like, well, they killed 2 kids here. Why didn't they get the death penalty? So I just feel like it makes it unfair, because who is the worst of the worst?
Nicholas?
Yeah, I would just add to that. It's saying that some lives are worth more than others, and it's the government, it's the prosecutors making charging decisions, determining who those people are, and that's just one of those other things that I don't trust government to do. I don't want the government telling somebody like, I've heard Crystal's testimony before, incredibly powerful, that her family, who's killed, their lives aren't as important as somebody else's. That's just it's just not something. It's a totally subjective question, and the government's going to get it wrong. There are political reasons why a prosecutor might make certain charging decisions. As Jasmine said, it's effectively geographically random. It's very few counties even carry out or seek death penalty cases at this point, and there's no way to actually go about instituting a system like that, even if that's the posture that you feel.
You talked about counties, and I'm glad you did, because why we subscribe to the ideology of freedom and liberty is that a lot of times we want to put it on the most simplest level. What's happening on a local level? What's happening on a state level? And sometimes the buzz, or a lot of times I should say, the buzz is always what's happening nationally, when yet there's elected officials that are doing things in our own backyard, and they're getting away with it because it's easy for us to be distracted in this toxic political climate that we're all are exposed to. Victoria, can you talk about how the counties, how there are certain counties that make up the most when it comes to death penalty cases, and how attention should be drawn to that?
Yeah, you might know the statistic better than I, but there's 2 counties in Ohio that are responsible for what percentage of capital cases? Do you know?
I don't know the statistic, yeah.
I'm not sure.
I think it's like 2% or more.
Yeah.
Are coming out of 2 counties, but also they're way overrepresented in the number of exonerations as well. And so, as you can see, it's a situation where the prosecutors in those counties, are being particularly aggressive in their pursuit of executions, and without necessarily having solid cases backing those up. So they've had both the record number, or leading number of executions and a leading number of exonerations, and that statistic, that image should really be frightening to a lot of us, I would think.
So everyone in this room has heard the term tough on crime. Nicholas, how do we take the term tough on crime? How do we equate that to our message of repealing the death penalty, to where we're telling people, okay, we want to be smart on crime and still understand what it means to support law enforcement, so on and so forth. But how do we get people to not necessarily just focus on the mantra of being tough on crime, but looking at how public policy can actually be antagonistic towards that approach?
Yeah, well, I would say the death penalty isn't tough on crime. It might feel tough on crime, but it's not. The fact is, it is a wasteful, expensive government program that in no way improves public safety. If you ask law enforcement, what resources do you need, what policies do you need to actually improve public safety, they are not going to tell you that they need the death penalty. And it's one of those often instinctual. I used to have the instinct. I was in favor of the death penalty. A lot of the conservatives I talked to who have now changed, who have changed their mind, did support the death penalty. Former Republican Attorney General in Virginia, Mark Earley, has said he can still sort of construct this moral argument in favor of the death penalty, but he has seen it. He has administered, been the top law enforcement officer of a state and determined this is not improving public safety. It is not something that is actually tough on crime. And that's one of the many reasons, expense is another, that prosecutors have moved away from it in so many places, and why it is effectively geographically random, because they are coming to the conclusion that their resources would be better spent in more targeted ways.
There is also some cultural concerns about the death penalty. Jasmine, can you speak to the racial bias that has been proven and that has existed within the use of capital punishment?
Yes, so I live in Tennessee, and talking about race doesn't really get us anywhere being a conservative. So I'm sure you know way more statistics when it comes to that. But obviously more black people are sentenced to death. If the victim is white, they're more likely to be sentenced to death than if the victim was another color. That's why I'm just really big on, outside of just ending the death penalty, I just want people to stop committing crimes, because that's the only way that you can escape this system is to stop doing things to land you in these environments, and especially like my fellow black and brown brothers and sisters, because it's not a system that was built for them. But at the same time, outside of the people who are innocent, it's up to us to stop committing crimes.
So no one wakes up, or I should say, most people don't wake up and say, oh, today's Thursday, great day to go commit a crime that's going to land me on death row. There has been something that has happened in their environment, in their childhood, or something that they have been exposed to that makes them vulnerable to succumb to violent tactics. We need to start talking about addressing the root causes of violence that will prevent someone from facing a capital murder case. Victoria, what are some ways in which we can message that to our fellow defenders of freedom and liberty?
Yeah, so I mean, a little bit to your point on, tough on crime, or your question there. One of the arguments that proponents of the death penalty will make is that it is this deterrent from homicide. I mean, the reality is that most people who are committing homicides are either acting instinctively or impulsively, or they think they're clever enough to get away with it. I don't know that people are really sitting there and evaluating whether or not they'll be executed or spend the rest of their life in prison. I think generally they would perceive the consequences to be severe if they were to face any. But there's been an awful lot of research on this question, and at this point it's really just evolved into a methodology debate among economists. And it's one of those bodies of research where you could pick a study and find the result that you wanted. And so, just in the spirit of intellectual honesty, I would say that really we should take no lessons from that body of research to say anything conclusively about whether or not there's a deterrent effect from the death penalty. But what we do know is that generally in crime, two things matter. One, to an extent, what the consequence will be, but also the likelihood that a person's going to get caught. And when it comes to homicide and other kinds of heinous crime, but particularly homicide, the closure rate of homicide cases is very low in a lot of jurisdictions. And so one thing that could be done is just to invest resources in actual community policing, where one of the problems in a lot of homicides is that the community is unwilling to talk. And so a lot of it has to do with good police work and closing cases, giving investigators resources, and focusing police on addressing actual crime that is violent crime that harms people, and less so on offenses that are sort of quality of life offenses or things that we think are morally wrong. Those are not things that are necessarily doing harm to people, or a lot of cases extracting revenue from fines and fees and ticketing people on the highway and that sort of thing. Much better to focus on actually trying to tamp down on these more serious cases, and closing more homicide cases would be an easy way to do that.
My final question, and this will be to all three of you, how would you suggest we continue to move the needle and we continue to see the shift that we're seeing, especially amongst those on the right, to get people to become more aware of the usage of capital punishment? I'll start with you, Jasmine.
Yeah, well, definitely education. I remember when I first started this work, the thing that really got to me was the fact that people, at least in Tennessee, on average, they're on death row for 30 years. So by 30 years, there's a lot that could change. And not only that, the person who executes them is not a medical professional. It's an executioner who is a guard at the prison, who more than likely has saw this person every day for the last 30 years if they work there, who's given them their clothes. So they're not just killing a stranger, they're killing someone that they have grown a relationship with. And so with that, there comes a lot of trauma on the executioner's end, because he's killing someone he may consider a friend, or he may have seen this person give their life to God or whatever. And so just educating people and letting them know the death penalty is not just some fast process. No, there's the reason why it takes 30 years is because of due process. So you have to go to you can go to court to try to prove your innocence, or to say why you should not be fit for execution. So yeah, so I just feel like if more people were educated on the actual process, we would see how wasteful it is, how it removes any opportunities for any kind of atonement or any kind of redemption. And yeah, so we'll just, on my end, I'll just continue educating people.
Very good, thank you. Nicholas.
Yeah, I think education is absolutely a key thing. As I said, I think many of the conservatives that I talk to when I'm on the road, organizing, meeting with legislators, meeting with people on the ground, they haven't thought that much about the death penalty. It's one of the reasons for that, because the death penalty has been so difficult to actually be administered. It's not something that happens that often. It's not always in the news as much. One of the things that can make it more active is a case like Richard Glossip, and what we've seen, the impact of public awareness of that case in Oklahoma has been staggering. We have Republican legislators in the state who are calling for a moratorium on the death penalty in the state of Oklahoma, and that's supported by, I believe, close to 80% of the population in Oklahoma, a moratorium, because there are so many questions that need to be answered if the state is going to continue to have the death penalty on the books. A case like Richard Glossip and the questions about innocence is one of those, but there are so many other questions that people need to investigate. Actually, just a few years ago in Oklahoma, there was an independent, bipartisan commission that reviewed the death penalty and other things that had gone wrong, including there was one time just a few years ago that the state actually bought the wrong drugs. They just made a mistake, and we all know government makes mistakes, and that's one of the mistakes that they made, and they weren't able to carry out the execution for that reason. And so this bipartisan commission issued a report, made all these recommendations. Years later, basically none of them have actually been implemented. And so having that conversation, talking about why these problems continue to happen, why they continue to go wrong, and they're going to continue to go wrong. And so that's just one of those things that's absolutely key. So, I would really say, like me, if you find yourself having that instinct that the death penalty makes sense from a moral point of view, from a justice point of view, just start reading about these cases. Go look up Richard Glossop's case, look up other cases, read about what's happened in an execution, read about, Jasmine just talked about the experience of executioners. And that's absolutely key. There have been so many reports of PTSD among people who have been involved in carrying out executions. Executions create more trauma. They exacerbate it. They create even more violence. Demetrius, you mentioned, the conditions in which people who commit crime come from, and if we want to ease those conditions, if we want to ameliorate the pain and poverty in people's lives, and the death penalty is really one of the worst things that we could do. All it is creating more pain. Once an execution is carried out, the person who committed the offense, assuming they're not innocent, they have now been punished. The people who continue to be punished are the offender's family. They will be punished for the rest of their lives. So I think just continuing to think more critically about each phase of the death penalty. It's not just, sometimes when I talk about the cost, I mentioned the cost of the death penalty, people say, well, it has to be cheaper to just kill someone than to put them in a bed for the rest of their lives. And that's the only cost that they're thinking about. There are so many costs associated with the death penalty that aren't talked about that much, the cost of execution drugs being one. So just continuing to have these conversations, think more critically about every facet of this, from the charging decisions the prosecutor makes, where it happens, geographic randomness, the racial bias in it, be curious about what happens.
Victoria?
Yeah, I can very much understand where people are coming from when there are particular cases where someone does something especially heinous, and especially from the point of view of the victims or the victims' families, why we might in some cases feel that the death penalty is warranted. But I think libertarians and conservatives should look at this issue the same way that we do other things like overregulation or educational choice, where implicit in those understandings is the notion that government policy can't possibly get it right all the time. We can't account for every possibility. And so it's just not feasible to have a system of execution that only carries it out in the cases that we want it to, and that never has false convictions or wrongful executions. And I think coming at it from that angle, and as Nicholas said, reading these cases of wrongful convictions, that I think really is important to changing people's view of the issue and understanding just how wrong things can go and what a threat to liberty this really is.
I want to thank the panelists for joining me today for this important conversation. Guys, if you were to exit to the back and if you were to take a right, you will see we have a table there. Please come stop by, sign up, and find out how you can join us in this movement. The way we see it, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. Capital punishment will be a thing of the past. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our presentation for this evening. Thank you guys for your attentiveness.
won't let awake at night. Are you the answer? I sure wonder. When I feel with my appetite, with all the power to release it, it isn't safe to walk the city streets alone. Anticipation's running through me. Let's find the key and turn this engine on. I can feel you breathe. I can feel your heartbeat faster. What's the matter with the clothes I'm wearing? Can't you tell that your tie's too wide? Maybe I should buy some old tab collars. Welcome back to the age of jive. Where have you been hiding out lately, honey? You can't dress trashy till you spend a lot of money. Everybody's talking about the new sound, funny, but it's still rock and roll to me. What's the matter with the car I'm driving? Can't you tell that it's out of style? Should I get a set of white wall tires? Are you gonna cruise the Miracle Mile? Nowadays you can't be too sentimental. Your best bet's true baby blue Continental. Hot funk, cool punk, even if it's old junk, still rock and roll to me. Oh, it doesn't matter what they say in the papers, 'cause it's always been the same old scene. There's a new thing in town, but you can't get the sound from a story in a magazine aimed at your average teen. How about a pair of pink sidewinders and a bright orange pair of pants? Well, you could really be a Beau Brummel, baby, if you just give it half a chance. Don't waste your money on a new set of speakers. You get more mileage from a cheap pair of sneakers. Next phase, new wave, dance great. Anyways, it's still rock and roll to me. What's the matter with the crowd I'm seeing? Don't you know that they're out of touch? Well, should I try to be a straight A student? If you are, then you think too much. Don't you know about the new fashion, honey? All you need are looks and a whole lot of money. It's the next phase, new wave, dance craze. Anyways, it's still rock and roll to me. Everybody's talking about the new sound, funny, but it's still rock and roll to me.
Rock, I don't need my money.
in a mirror's reflection, I'm a dancing with myself. When there's no one else inside, in the crowd and lonely night. Well, I wait so long for my love vibration, and I'm dancing with myself. Dancing with myself. Dancing with myself. When there's nothing to lose and there's nothing to prove, well, I'm dancing with myself. If I looked all over the world, and there's every type of girl, but your empty eyes seem to pass me by, leave me dancing with myself. So let's sink another drink, 'cause it'll give me time to think. If I had a chance, I'd ask the world to dance, and I'll be dancing with myself. Dancing with myself. Dancing with myself. When there's nothing to lose and there's nothing to prove, and I'm dancing with myself. Chance that as a woman to dance and not be dancing with myself. Dancing with myself. Dancing with myself. If I had a chance as a woman to dance, if I had a chance as a woman to dance, if I had a chance as a woman to dance. Dancing with myself, words all yes, I'm sweating. the curtains hanging in the window in the evening on a Friday night. Little light is shining through the window, lets me know everything's alright. Summer breeze makes me feel fine, blowing through the jasmine in my mind. Summer breeze makes me feel fine, blowing through the jasmine in my mind. See the paper laying on the sidewalk, a little music from the house next door. So I walk on up to the doorstep, through the screen and across the floor. Summer breeze makes me feel fine, blowing through the jasmine in my mind. Summer breeze makes me feel fine, blowing through the jasmine in my mind. Sweet days of summer, the jasmine's in bloom. July is dressed up and playing her tune, and I come home from a hard day's work. Feel the arms that reach out to hold me in the evening when the day is through. Summer breeze makes me feel fine, blowing through the jasmine in my mind. Summer breeze makes me feel fine, blowing through the jasmine in my mind.
Heading down south to the land of the pines. I'm thumbing my way into North Carolina, staring up the road and pray to God I see headlights. I made it down the coast in 17 hours, picking me a bouquet of dogwood flowers, and I'm hoping for Raleigh I can see my baby tonight. So rock me, mama, like a wagon wheel. Rock me, mama, any way you feel.
Please welcome back Miss Kennedy.
That's right. Wait till you see the back. You ready for it? You ready for the back? Saw him dancing there by the record machine. You gotta have some fun with freedom. If we don't, the a-holes win, and we're not gonna let them do that. In fact, today, as you know, is Free to Speak Day. And our next guest is a project consultant for Free to Choose Network. She's really an incredible person. I want to read a little bit of her biography because she's so extraordinary. She is the John Marshall Harlan II Professor of Law, Emerita at New York Law School. She's a past national president of the ACLU, a constitutional law expert, and a senior fellow at FIRE, which of course is the Foundation for Individual Rights and Education. And she is free to speak and going to talk about speaking freely. So listen up, all my buttercups. It is time to kick off the big Thursday afternoon session with none other than Nadine Strawson. Nadine, take it away.
Thank you so much, Kennedy, for that wonderful introduction, and many thanks to all of you for that warm welcome. I am absolutely thrilled to be speaking about the most important topic in the world, free speech, to the most important audience in the world, namely supporters of free speech. Now, why is free speech so important? This should go without saying, right? Unfortunately, in today's climate, we find increasing skepticism at best, hostility at worst toward free speech, including in sectors of society that traditionally and essentially have been most supportive of free speech, including academia, including journalism, including publishing, including librarianship, including entertainment. So for this reason, even though, as Kennedy says, I've been a civil libertarian and human rights advocate, advocating all fundamental freedoms for all people, starting about 6 years ago, I pretty much gave up talking about everything else because it became so clear to me that the pressures on our most important freedom were increasing illiberalism from both ends of the ideological spectrum, and that I therefore had to focus on this most important topic. Now, why are you the most important audience in the world? I think it is because, I hope I'm right about this, I think you all support free speech. But I want to take a survey, and I'll let you exercise your free speech rights. How many of you do support free speech? Yay! And how many of you oppose censorship? Yay! Well, duh, right? I shouldn't be surprised by those answers in this crowd. But what may surprise you is your answers are typical. Virtually everybody professes to support free speech. Virtually everybody professes to oppose censorship, even those who are strongly advocating for censorship. The problem is that people distinguish between, on the one hand, professing an abstract, general support for free speech, but, and that is the crucial word, even the strongest proponents of censorship will say, I believe in free speech, but I want to make just one little exception for the one message, the one idea, the one concept that I consider to be uniquely dangerous. And we know that, unfortunately, if you add up all of those just one exceptions, there is no free speech left. Many years ago, one of my friends, who was then the executive director of the National Coalition Against Censorship, Leanne Katz, put this very well. She said, you know, Nadine, everybody has his or her Skokie. And what did she mean by that? She was referring to Skokie, Illinois, a town near Chicago, which in the late 1970s had a large Jewish population, many of whom were Holocaust survivors. And the organization that I subsequently became president of, the ACLU, famously or infamously, depending on your perspective, came to the defense of the free speech rights of a group of neo-Nazis to demonstrate in Skokie. Now, this was a hands-down winner in the courts of law. The case went all the way up to the United States Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court actually said that the Nazis' free speech rights advocated by the ACLU should prevail even without receiving briefs or hearing an oral argument. Why? Because this is what the Supreme Court has called the bedrock principle of free speech, viewpoint neutrality or content neutrality. No matter how hated or reviled the viewpoint, the idea, the message, the content of the speech is, even by the vast majority of politicians or officials or members of the public, that is never a justification for censoring it. So it was an easy victory in the courts of law, but in the court of public opinion, it was far from a victory, showing that nobody, or almost nobody, hopefully this crowd is an exception, almost nobody truly supports that viewpoint neutrality principle when it comes to the one idea that they consider the most dangerous. In the ACLU, an organization of free speech diehards, people who care so much about free speech that they pay membership dues to become a card-carrying member, we lost 15% of our members who said, yes, I do believe in free speech, but, and the one exception they wanted to make was for racist and white supremacist speech. So I hope that those of you who said that you really do believe in free speech believe in the version that the United States Supreme Court, to its credit, continues to uphold to this day. But make no mistake about it, it is an uphill battle for us to persuade our fellow citizens to support a free speech culture, right? As opposed to the cancel culture that is too predominant now. Yes, we do have wonderful First Amendment principles that the Supreme Court continues to uphold, but we are not going to enjoy meaningful, robust, vigorous freedom of speech in our society, in our cultural institutions, in our academic institutions, unless we have a robust free speech culture. And that's where all of you come in, right? Most people, when it comes down to it, believe in freedom of speech for me, or people who think like me, but not for thee. And what we have to do is substitute that myopic, hypocritical, inconsistent version of free speech with what many of us think of as the golden rule version of free speech, right? This concept that is a tenet of every major religion. In the free speech context, that means unless we defend freedom for the speech that we loathe, we are not going to have freedom for the speech that we love. And why is that? That's because the concepts that are thrown out there as supposedly justifying censorship for this one idea that we consider uniquely dangerous, these concepts are all inherently subjective. Think about it. Today, everywhere I speak, the most common cries for censorship are on the basis of disinformation, hate speech, extremist speech. All of those concepts are inevitably, inherently subjective. One person's hated idea is somebody else's cherished idea. One person's disinformation is somebody else's cherished truth, and so forth. I could give you countless examples, but one that comes to mind is the fairly recent resurgence of the Black Lives Matter movement. Many people consider it to be a really important vanguard for racial equality and social justice, and yet Black Lives Matter advocacy has been attacked by government officials as hate speech against white people, against police officers. It's been attacked as disinformation. Some critics have said, well, it's not really about racial justice, it's really about Marxism. And it's been attacked as extremist speech. But conversely, all of those critiques of Black Lives Matter have themselves been denounced as hate speech and disinformation and extremist speech. So again, the point is, if we want to have freedom for the idea that we cherish, we have to extend it to ideas that we loathe, because the tables are going to be turned. And let me give you an example, coming back to the Skokie case itself. There, the ACLU pointed out in our briefs that the very same viewpoint neutrality principle that the Supreme Court invoked to uphold free speech rights for this Nazi, anti-civil rights, pro-racial discrimination, anti-Semitic speech, the very same principle just a few years earlier had been central to courts' protection of exactly the opposite message by a completely different group in another town very close to Chicago, namely Cicero, Illinois. And the speaker there was Martin Luther King, and pro-civil rights, anti-discrimination, anti-segregation speakers in a town that Time magazine at the time described as Selma, Alabama, without the Southern accent. So I want to say that one of the reasons why I am so thrilled about the Free to Speak film series, which I'm so honored to be the host of, is that it collects dozens of diverse stories of speakers with every possible kind of identity, every possible perspective, addressing every possible subject from countries all over the world, different periods of history, really underscoring the universality of freedom of speech, the indivisibility of freedom of speech. I urge all of you to please go see episode 1, which is going to be shown on Saturday morning at 10:30 in Ballroom B. And in a second now, a few seconds, we're going to show you a trailer from that wonderful film. But before that, I just want to, in closing, thank all of you for having spoken up in favor of the golden rule version of free speech without the buts. And I want to thank you for continuing to exercise our most important right of all, the right not to remain silent. Thank you very much.
When we grew up, we rarely heard what we would today call hate speech. Today, a kid growing up and goes on social media is going to hear it all the time.
If you repeat it again and again, certain ideas, we are going to adopt it. And not only children or young people, but also you and me. This is something that we should not allow.
Okay, who gets to decide? What's the punishment? And what does it mean to be mean?
Whether you are racist or not, whether you agree with me or not, as long as it's only words, that's guaranteed by the First Amendment.
We have this growing incentives to self-censor because of plain fear.
If I see him who did the cartoon about Muhammad, if I see him, I kill him.
They were not asking for my respect. They were asking for my submission.
The impulse to censor has been there since the beginning of time.
If I changed the ending and made it more remorseful, and I remember that word, if I made the ending more remorseful, then he would give it a rating.
Homosexuality is not in line with our culture. It's not good for us.
After I said I would not be changing the ending, the film was banned.
What is appropriate? The real question is, who decides what is appropriate?
We've learned from our own mistakes that allowing censorship only allows more censorship.
Once you gave the government the power to decide that their speech could be banned, you also gave the government the power to decide that your speech could be banned. Either everybody has all these rights, or nobody does.
If we can reduce the number of words available for minds to formulate things, it's much easier then to institute the orthodoxies that lie at the heart of our totalitarian program.
That's why there's no revolution, because nobody knows they're oppressed. What is a democracy? Like, what is human rights? Those are like very basic things that even children know in the West. North Koreans as adults, they've never heard such a thing.
It's the cornerstone of everything. Ideas and thoughts and points of view.
There were about 300 books that were pulled off the shelves within the first month of school.
They think that they can somehow solve the world by limiting what knowledge people have.
It was always an issue of control. Always has been, and still is.
Oh, it's amazing. She's incredible. All right, so who wants to be tracked by the federal government? No takers? Oh, you do? You freaky deaky mole? Did you sneak in here? Are you AOC in a little man wig? I like it. It's kind of kinky. You can be tracked. You can be hacked. You can have your data thieved by the federal government. There's so much you can do. And, don't you hate when people say, well, I've done nothing wrong, so I have nothing to worry about? That's not who the Fourth Amendment was written for. But there is a man who has been on the forefront of digital privacy. And he spent 30 years in the Middle East, in Central Asia, and Eastern Europe, figuring out how to make digital systems secure. And we need this in our country more than ever. We need a proliferation of choices that protect us, our data, and everything is on our phone, and everything is up for grabs when the government and her cohorts feel like they can put their sticky little fingers in our iPhones. So let's hear from David Sinclair. He is the founder and CEO of For Freedom Mobile. He's going to win this zero-sum game. Let's hear it for David Sinclair. Woo! There he is. Hi, David. Yeah.
Why don't people understand my intention?
So, thank you very much, Lisa, for the introduction. I bet most of you are wondering, who in the heck is this guy? And why should we listen to him? So just a quick introduction. I've spent most of the last 30 years working in countries with some of the most autocratic regimes in the world. Russia, China, Saudi Arabia, Myanmar. And I've seen firsthand how governments can collude with tech companies and mobile operators to leverage their abilities to control and manipulate populations. So, since America's founding, we've always had to defend our freedom of speech. It used to be it was about a right to say something unpopular in a crowded room. Then it was about our right to say certain things on the internet. We've seen over the last few years, news story after news story about how the FBI is colluding with tech companies to limit people's access to information, limit your ability to share information that the government doesn't like. But that's not the end of it. The next phase of defending our right to freedom of speech is actually going to be defending our right to be able to speak to the people we want to talk to about the topics we want to discuss on our very own phones. You probably didn't know it, but already today there exists a list of restricted words. If you send an SMS that includes a restricted word, the mobile operator has the right to block that SMS and not deliver it. And it's only a matter of time before that list of restricted words grows and before we start getting a list of restricted people that we're not allowed to communicate with or restricted organizations we're not allowed to communicate with. And as we saw during COVID, governments around the world and here in the U.S. use people's cell phone data to track their movements, to control. Are they following the COVID guidelines? Are they social distancing? Are they going places they shouldn't go? In Australia, they were saying, are they going out of their homes? They weren't even allowed to get out of their homes there. And that, by the way, is a democracy, right? And then as we saw in Canada with the Canadian truckers, a liberal democratic government was not above freezing people's bank accounts when they disagreed with their point of views. So how do we stop these threats to our freedom before we lose those freedoms forever? Well, I believe that step one is to start talking about our right to digital freedom. What is digital freedom? Digital freedom consists of 4 basic freedoms. The first is freedom of speech. It's the right to talk to whoever you want about whatever you want. The second is freedom of information. It's our right to have access to information, to share that information however we want with whomever we want. The third is freedom of movement. It's our ability to go wherever we want to go without being tracked while we're doing it. And the fourth is freedom of money. It's our right to spend our money however we want without government interference. So today I want you to think about the world you want to see tomorrow. Is it one where government decides what we get to say, what information we get to share, where we can go, or how we get to spend our money? Or will it be a world where we get to have the digital freedom to make those decisions ourselves? For Freedom is a movement to take back our digital freedom. I ask you to join that movement today and help make sure we still have our freedoms tomorrow. Thank you very much.
From my heart and from my hand, why don't people understand my intention?
I told you David Sinclair was good. How many of you are out there signing up right now? Yes, for Freedom Mobile. So we talked a little bit about this morning. The progressive left and their climate hysteria, if they are to be believed, we died 4 years ago. And we're in some like climate hell up the sun's bungus. I don't know exactly. So every once in a while, a person who loves the climate comes along and goes, oh, wait, let me see the actual data. And they go, oh, you're lying about the data. And what you're saying, it's not in the data. That doesn't exist. Well, that person does exist. His name is Michael Schellenberger. He is a best-selling author. Maybe you've heard of his books, Apocalypse Never and San Francisco, 2 of his best sellers. He was also a Twitter Files journalist. And this is one of my favorites. And this is real. One of Time magazine's, he was considered, deemed, rather, hero of the environment. And he is, but by taking the data, examining it, and giving us the necessary truth, an inconvenient truth, I might add, for the progressive left. You're going to want to hear every minute, every morsel, so I'm going to move my keister off the stage. So let's hear it from Michael Schellenberger.
Hey, how's everybody feeling? Right. Well, you all have heard the news. The world is coming to an end. Carbon dioxide is accumulating in the atmosphere. Half of it is being trapped on the earth, the oceans. The other half is accumulating. Sea levels are rising. Forest fires are increasing. Floods are sweeping across Europe. Hurricanes are increasing. Worsening landslides. More inland floods. The Great Barrier Reef is dying. Plastic straws are being stuck up noses of the turtles. Everybody's dying. But the good news is we don't need fossil fuels or nuclear. We can rely solely on wind and solar panels, and we can just stop eating meat. There's a bit more to the story than that, isn't there? These are things that you're never going to read in the New York Times or the Washington Post. Carbon emissions actually slightly declined over the last decade. In Britain, they've been declining for almost 50 years. Same thing in France. In the United States, carbon emissions have declined 22% between 2005 and 2020. 60% of those reductions are thanks to fracking for natural gas. We reduced our carbon emissions more than any other country in the world, and we did so without cap and trade, without any climate policy. In fact, Obama's proposed cap and trade agenda would have reduced carbon emissions 17%. We reduced them 22%, thanks to old-fashioned American ingenuity. What about natural disasters? Hardly anybody dies of them. Each year, a couple hundred Americans, 200 to 400 people every year, a decline of over 95% worldwide, even as the population quadrupled. No increase in hurricane frequency globally. Landfalling hurricanes are flat. No increase in the cost of hurricanes once you account for more wealth in harm's way. So yes, when a hurricane hits Miami Beach, it causes more damage than it did 100 years ago, but that's because there's more wealth on Miami Beach. In fact, the cost of natural disasters, because our infrastructure is so well developed, so resilient, has actually been going down for the last 30 years. As for those landslides, this famous study from Columbia showed that they're occurring in places where there's high levels of corruption and they're not enforcing good building codes. I live on one of the steepest hillsides in Berkeley, California, and because we have good flood management, the water moves around our house. So the malign vector of disinformation is Greta Thunberg. Whenever she tweets pictures of flooding in India or in Africa, she's deliberately misleading her followers into thinking that it's a result of climate change when we know it's a result of poverty. As for hurricanes, the two main scientific bodies that make predictions say that we may see a 5% increase in hurricane frequency, but we will likely see a 25% decline in frequency and a very modest increase of intensity. What about these two pieces of malign disinformation? What did they do? They did the same thing that you learn in your college statistics class, which is not to make an error in reporting. You might get an increase of reports, but that doesn't mean that there's been an increase in the thing itself. This is the same manipulative technique that people use to suggest an increase in police brutality, in anti-Semitism and racism. You're measuring an increase of reporting because we get better at reporting over time. On the right, you can see what Financial Times did is they simply didn't correct for the reporting error, and on the left, they simply cherry-picked the period after 1980. If you do a full century, there's no increase in hurricanes. No trend of U.S. heat wave frequency or magnitude. This is taken directly from the U.S. government's Fourth National Climate Assessment. The 30s were really hot, it turned out. Like because I became obsessed with this issue, I read every New York Times story about heat waves for the last 150 years. And in the 1930s, like, people are dying in the street, dying in these apartment buildings, they're being, taken to the hospital. And the media coverage, in the middle of the Great Depression, the media coverage of the New York Times was like, I don't know why so many people are dying. I mean, things have been pretty good around here. It was the most blasé attitude in the news media towards all of these heat wave deaths. Meanwhile, when you have a tiny number of heat wave deaths a couple of years ago, it's the world is coming to an end. And so yes, something in the environment has changed, but it's the mental environment of the people who write for the New York Times, not what's happening in the world. We see declining deaths from heat waves, just a simple technological fix. Can anybody guess why fewer people die in heat waves? Just shout it out. You all are well educated. No increase in droughts in Europe, declining deaths from flooding in Europe. One of the best things about social media is that when I started writing about this issue a few years ago, people would tweet the photos from their little villages in Europe where they would have these lines on the buildings, on the sides of the buildings. You guys ever seen these? And it'd be like, 1560, the flood reached here. 1780, reached here. So we know that that's not true. There is a greater area flooded in many cities around the world, but you see the deaths from flooding is going down everywhere. China, Pakistan, which is one of the places that Greta Thunberg has deliberately misled people. The result of declining deaths from extreme weather events and declining cost of extreme weather events means that the number of extreme weather events that are considered to be a disaster by the only center in the world that properly studies disasters, the only database for natural disasters, the MDAT data center in Belgium, shows a declining number of disasters. So disasters are actually going down because we're becoming so resilient. What explains why more area in cities is flooding is simply because the cities are expanding, and as they are near rivers, more area might be flooded, but you're also managing that flooding better. What about sea level rise? It is happening, but I'm not that worried about it, in part because I've been to the Netherlands, and a third of the Netherlands is below sea level. Some parts of it 7 meters below sea level. We know how to manage water. The idea that some more precipitation because of climate change is the apocalypse is the most ridiculous conspiracy theory of the many conspiracy theories we've been told. Fires have declined globally by 25%. That's an area about the size of Texas. My biggest concern about the disinformation about fire is that people they're training children to think that fire is bad. Most forests need fire. This is basic forest ecology. When the Europeans came to California, they were shocked that the forests were so smoky, that California was so smoky because there was all of these what we call low-intensity fires burning the woody debris. President Trump wasn't wrong when he said that you just need to rake the forests. They use slightly better, more sophisticated machines than rakes to do that, but forest management determines whether you have high-intensity fires or low-intensity fires. And this was dramatically proven in 2020 when a high-intensity fire in a badly managed public forest arrived at a well-managed private forest, and the high-intensity fire dropped to the ground and became a low-intensity fire. So we're not doomed to lose our montane or mountain forests because of climate change. We just need to manage our forests better. What about the Great Barrier Reef? Turns out that it has record high levels of coral. Ostensibly the highest in 36 years, but we don't know because we've only been measuring it for 36 years. So the death of the Great Barrier Reef was vastly overstated. Peter Ridd, one of the few honest Australian ecologists, was censored by Facebook for accurately reporting record high coral growth in 2021. By 2022, after 2 years of record high coral growth, Facebook finally ended its censorship, at least their publicly acknowledged censorship of Peter Ridd. Recycling plastic is the reason for the plastic waste crisis. 90% of the plastic that you put into your recycling bin does not get recycled. It goes to poor countries where they don't have proper waste management systems. It ends up in the rivers. It ends up in the oceans. Please don't recycle your plastic because it's not being recycled. Just throw it in the trash so it can go to the incinerator or the landfill. As for vegetarianism, I speak from personal experience. It's a difficult eating disorder to maintain. I'm just joking. One of my best friends is a vegetarian. He's not here, though. Most people abandon it after a year, and it's not necessary to saving the natural environment. So how did I come to these conclusions? I spent a lot of time in poor countries. I've seen what it's like when you have to haul your own wood and water. It's a form of oppression for children when you have to spend your day gathering wood and gathering water. There's some beauty to it, but it's a very difficult life, and around the world, there's still 2.5 billion people that rely on solid fuels for their heat and for their cooking. Nobody needs to use solid fuels anymore. We're actually able to completely end our reliance on solid fuels, whether it's wood or dung or coal. We can use things like oil and gas and nuclear as our primary sources of energy. This is my book. How do we want to think about energy and progress? The first thing is we produce abundant amounts of food. There's no risk of running out of food, at least for any physical reasons. We are growing more food on less land. That's the key to creating more habitat for endangered species. The less productive farmlands become grasslands and forests and habitat. What about climate change? Massively outweighed by fertilizer, tractors, and roads, and irrigation. And you can see here it's a little complicated chart, but basically this proves if you have more technological advancements, again, mostly fertilizer, irrigation, and tractors, the little black dots show you'll massively increase production. In the rain-fed systems, if you don't do anything, you'll have a slight decline in productivity. Therefore, helping South Asia and Sub-Saharan Africa get access to fertilizer tractors and irrigation is the most important thing you can do for the natural environment, for people, and also for climate change. What about the Dutch farmers? They're being dispossessed of their land in many cases, even though they have successfully reduced nitrogen pollution, mostly by just capturing the manure before it turns into liquid so that you can reduce the nitrogen runoff. What about renewables? In my home state of California, where we've invested huge amounts of money in solar panels, we actually saw a decline in the amount of electricity we get from clean energy sources between 2011 and 2021. Why? Because we shut down a nuclear power plant and there was a drought, which meant we had less electricity from hydroelectric. Solar panels, wind turbines are no substitute for either nuclear or hydro. Same thing in New York. After Governor Cuomo shut down the Indian Point nuclear plant, it was instantly replaced one-to-one with natural gas. The idea that you can replace nuclear with renewables is a myth. Germany saw a decline in the gross share of renewables, and now the situation has gotten even worse. They've shut down their nuclear plants and are moving back to coal. You see, the problem with renewables on the left is that while the cost of solar panels and wind turbines have come down, the cost they impose on the electrical grid has gone up. And you can see here the price of electricity rises as renewables become a larger part of your electricity grid. This is mostly because you need to spend more money on transmission and more money to back up those power sources when the sun isn't shining and the wind isn't blowing. All of this was brilliantly predicted 10 years ago. When you get to 30% of your electricity from wind, the value of that wind declines 40%. When solar becomes 15%, the value declines 50%. So solar panels can become cheaper and cheaper, but they can make electricity more and more expensive. This is why California saw our electricity prices rise 7 times more than in the rest of the United States. What about batteries? About $1 trillion for 4 to 6 hours of backing up the electrical grid in the United States. Not going to happen. The underlying problem is that the amount of energy you get from renewables to the amount of energy you put in is too low. Our societies, to be a high energy industrial society, needs about 8-to-1 return on energy from energy invested. Renewables get you significantly less than that. Why then did solar panels become cheaper over the last decade? People say it's because we became more technologically efficient. It's not really true. Solar panels, in terms of the efficiency of converting sunlight into electricity, only became about 3% more efficient over the last decade. The real reason is that they're just not paying for the labor involved in producing their solar panels. I don't care what you think about renewables, solar panels, nuclear. We should not be purchasing products made by people who our own State Department says the Chinese government is committing genocide against. This is a fundamental moral issue. I can't even talk about it too long. I get too angry and upset. Everyone says, what do you do about the nuclear waste? Well, it's pretty easy. You just store it at the site of production. It's fine. Solid metal fuel rods, they're fine. They don't even need to be moved. What are you going to do with your solar panels? I'm from Berkeley, so we think we can compost them. It's been attempted. It didn't turn out well. There's about 300 times more solar panel waste than nuclear waste. There's no plan to deal with it. Harvard Business Review authors found that when you account for the cost of the management of solar panel waste, solar electricity is 4 times more expensive than the current cost. So we are externalizing, to borrow the preferred language of economists, we're externalizing the environmental cost and the economic cost of solar panels onto taxpayers. Can't you recycle them? Only at very great cost. As soon as you take the solar panels off your roof, they're classified as hazardous. Even before your contractor throws them into a cardboard box on your driveway and they split open and create toxic dust all over the place, they're already hazardous waste, and they have to be properly disposed of. We have to change how we think about energy. Energy is not the enemy of nature. It's enabling us to save more nature. We need high amounts of energy to live a high-energy life. Rich countries can reduce the amount of energy we use per capita by a little bit, but you can't go from German levels to Vietnamese levels. This is very well established. So the key is to reduce the material throughput. Think of your iPhone. Remember your old stereo console systems? Like an environmental nightmare. Remember them? Like you had like 4 of them stacked on top of each other, made of like heavy metals. You'd put them on your curb with a sign that said free on it. Your neighbors would look at it being like, nobody wants that. It would rain on it a few times. It's a ritual. It's sort of a purifying process, and then you put it in the trash. Whole forests were destroyed for my newspaper consumption. So this is how to think about it. Energy is a substitute. Your iPhone requires huge amounts of energy to power the servers, but there's less material throughput. So this is the right picture. Dematerialization. That's the main event. It's decarbonization, moving from carbon-intensive to hydrogen-intensive fuels. And that's been going on for 150 years. It results in massive declines of air pollution, and it requires much less land. Nuclear is game-changing. It is the holy grail of energy. It's where we need to go. You can see this photo where I photoshopped in the whale in front of the nuclear plant. Totally joking. That is actually a whale in front of the nuclear plant. Seals and sea lions surrounding the nuclear plant, the most pristine tide pools in California outside that nuclear plant. Nuclear is not what we were taught it was. We're not going to switch to using electric cars and renewables, if only for one reason. It starts with the letter C. We're not going to reproduce this in the United States. We're not going to sacrifice our energy independence for dependence on a genocidal, totalitarian regime. You can thank fossil fuels for saving the hawksbill turtle. Excuse me. That's how the plastic that was stuck up its nose, we used to over-harvest those sea turtles, and we were able to save them by creating a plastic alternative from petrochemical waste. Much more to say, but suffice it to say, there's a better world available to us. You can find all of these slides at Environmental Progress, including why rising narcissism and nihilism is the greatest enemy and abundance is the alternative. Thank you very much. Appreciate you all. Thank you.
Michael Schellenberger. I told you it was going to be good. It's about, like, the goodness is about, if you can elevate on that, I would like to see it. So I say we go for it. How about you? Afternoon session, Freedom Festers. How you liking Memphis versus Vegas? You like Memphis? Yeah, it's super safe here. I feel really good. Super duper confident. I think I'm going to go for a little jog at 2 a.m. Pretty excited about that. Maybe in a green thong or something just to mix it up. Safe. Our next journalist, it was very funny because you might remember he testified before Congress, and there was a congresswoman who shall go unnamed because she's a ding-dong and she does not deserve any airtime. And she's like, "You're not even a journalist." And he's like, "Madam, I've written 11 books and I've won several awards, including the National Magazine Award for Rolling Stone. Pretty sure I'm a journalist." He is. He's a phenomenal writer. 2 of those 11 books, Griftopia and Insane Clown President. He is the host of the weekly podcast, Useful Idiots. And he was the one who broke the Twitter files wide open and people lost their minds. So let's lose ours for Matt Taibbi.
Thank you, and thank you to Lisa. I wish I could pull off a sweatsuit like that. That's amazing. Also, could we have another hand for Michael Schellenberger, by the way? My colleague. We went through some very difficult times with the Twitter files, and I owe a lot to him. I think the country owes a lot to him, and every chance I get, I'd like to hear applause for him. So thank you all for coming to listen to him. I want to begin with a story that sums up my theory of journalism. It's very short. This is 1991. I was very young. I was 21 years old, and I was trying to work as a freelance reporter in newly ex-communist St. Petersburg, Russia. and I heard a hot rumor. After decades of deprivation, gorillas in the city zoo were finally going to get bananas. And I thought Western editors would go crazy for this. They'd already turned me down for all these other negative stories about heroin coming and gun violence. Bananas sounded more positive. So I went to the zoo, and with some difficulty, I interviewed the zookeeper. And after that, I did what journalists do and hung around the gorilla cage looking creepy for a while until I mustered up the courage to bother a few strangers and asked them their opinions about both gorillas and bananas. Some of the ex-Soviet Russians had funny answers. One said, well, nobody's giving me bananas. And when that man on the street portion of the exercise was over, I had this, I remember having this thought, well, I can't interview the gorilla, so that must mean it's time to go home. So I went home, wrote up the story, filed it, got rejected, but that's not the point. The point is, journalism isn't rocket science. It's not supposed to be that hard. You're a middleman, you go, you talk to a few people, you give your best version of what you think just happened in front of you. You attach a catchy headline. In that case, I think it was, we do have bananas, but that didn't work. And then when you reach the, there's no one left to interview but the gorilla moment, you move on to the next thing and you leave it in the past. It's not supposed to be a deep exercise. So 30 years later, this is the end of last year, I was in San Francisco looking at piles of content moderation requests sent to Twitter by the FBI's Foreign Influence Task Force. Now, obviously, the degree of difficulty had gone up a little bit, but basically it's still the same job. And you could think about it in terms of tech company gets very unpleasant bananas if you want, but basically it's the same thing. You interview people, you give your best impression, you move on. But I learned a trick over the years, which was if something about a story doesn't make sense, if it feels like it doesn't fit, then you've probably made a factual mistake somewhere. Something doesn't add up. You should always worry about that. That inner voice inside you should always concern you. And something about the Twitter files fell off. Now, it wasn't hard to understand why the FBI was organizing a censorship scheme or why companies like Twitter or Facebook or Google might be going along with those schemes rather than face increased regulation or the end of very lucrative subsidies. The motives of the powerful actors in this story were never mysterious. The part that didn't compute for me, and didn't for a very long time, was why so many people in the general public were accepting of the situation. And this included a lot of people I knew. A lot of people in this country are okay with censorship. They think it's not only appropriate, but desperately needed. And I grew up in an America that balked at warning labels on records. And I was very influenced by organizations like Nadine Strausson's ACLU. I grew up a political liberal. The people I knew were as proud of having fought to let Nazis march in Skokie as they were ashamed that the FBI and local police forces had spied on Martin Luther King literally until the day of his death. But suddenly the same political contingent that had those thoughts in the 70s, 80s, 90s, even the 2000s at the beginning of the Iraq War, suddenly those same people were completely okay with having the government not only running mass electronic surveillance schemes of the sort that was unveiled by Edward Snowden and some others, but also a highly sophisticated censorship operation of the type Michael and I and Barry Weiss and Lee Fong and some other reporters found in the Twitter files that involved the FBI, the Department of Homeland Security, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, and 20 or 25 of the biggest tech companies in America. Why were people okay with this? That part just did not make sense to me. I really struggled with this. And For months, I thought about it until a few weeks ago I read a draft of a new book that's not yet out by Greg Lukianoff and Ricky Schlott. Greg Lukianoff is from FIRE, and I'll be talking to Nico Perino of FIRE in a moment. But their book is called The Canceling of the American Mind. And in it, they quote the famous Justice Learned Hand, who wrote this in 1944. "Liberty lies in the hearts of men and women. When it dies there, no constitution, no law, no court can even do much to help it." And Justice Hand had a very hard time defining this thing, this spirit of liberty that lies in the hearts of men and women. But as an American, I believe I experienced that growing up. I think I thought I knew what he meant. As Nadine said, it's that right to not remain silent, which I believed almost religiously growing up. It was something fiery and motivational that was in all of us, and which I felt gave me an advantage over people who grew up in other parts of the world. In fact, later, when I had the opportunity, I was very fortunate to be able to travel all over the world as a reporter, and when I met people who had come from less free societies and weren't taught in the same way to stand up for themselves or for their rights, I felt sorry for those folks. And I noticed also that they'd been trained to feel deference towards people with money or celebrity and power in a way that many of us in America are not trained to believe. I was proud that I'd been taught to not be impressed by kings or princes. But that instinct, that natural inclination to freedom is waning in this country. And this was the element of the Twitter Files story that is the hardest part of the story but needs to be understood. Now, many in this room this week, I assume, are celebrating Judge Terry Dowdy's decision in the Missouri v. Biden lawsuit. Right? Tremendous news. Does everybody agree? Yes. Okay. So this is a landmark decision in a lawsuit striking down government censorship on the internet. But if that spirit of liberty that Justice Hand talked about dies, what I worry about is that no amount of lawsuits or congressional hearings will bring it back. It won't matter what the courts say. If that thing in us is allowed to pass away, then we can't bring it back by fiat. Lukianoff and Schlott in their book talked about how just as a person's natural inclination is to slouch, society's natural inclination is to censor. And if that's true, the last few hundred years of our history, a history of defiant political movements and astounding scientific innovation and vast outpourings of great music, art, literature, movies, even stand-up comedy, it would all be an aberration. So why do we want it to end? What's going on in American society that makes people want to turn away from that? And again, I spent months thinking about this, sort of lying awake as I was doing these Twitter file stories, trying to make that make sense. And I came around to the idea that Americans are not just being censored, but I believe there's an equivalent effort on the front end of internet culture to try to rob people of their will to be free. And here I'd like to do something corny and sort of ask people to indulge me for a moment and just close your eyes for a second. And imagine that instead of Google, in the near future, we invent an internalized search engine, something that would allow, for instance, our thoughts to move a cursor. And a thought occurs to you. What was the name of that dumb road trip movie that I saw 25 years ago with Dom DeLuise and Burt Reynolds and Farrah Fawcett in it? And mixed in with your own memories come mechanized search engine results, and just as it would at home instantaneously with Alexa, the answer flashes before your eyes. It's Cannonball Run, of course, right up there with Citizen Kane as one of the great movies of all time. And what a wonderful thing that would be, just to have a brain that sort of worked interchangeably with the entire internet. By the way, you can open your eyes now if anybody actually closed them. But so now imagine that instead of trying to remember a silly movie, it's something much more serious. And let's just say you're walking down the streets of Washington and you visibly encounter a demonstration in front of the White House. And it could be anything. It could be a gang of Boogaloo Boys, or it could be people from the Green Party, or even representatives campaigning for Robert F. Kennedy Jr., anybody. And in this new Everything app, and by the way, they're building what they call Everything apps and deploying them in different countries around the world already. Instead of flashing labels for harm or age-inappropriate content, this new app would just tinge certain images it found dangerous with the same warning colors that animals use in nature to distinguish danger, like yellow and red stripes. So those protesters that you look at would be bathed vaguely in warning colors, and they would appear to you a little bit like poisonous insects, and you would steer clear a little bit. Then when you mentally tried to process what you were looking at, once again you would call up search engine results and you would get a string of condemnatory headlines along with a whole series of words that would be thrown at you. And these would be words like fascist, extremist, anti-vax, whatever it is. These are the verbal equivalents of black and yellow stripes. They don't mean anything. They're just designed to make you have a Pavlovian emotional reaction. Threat, bad, move away, recede. And with this app, let's say you also have internalized access to communication services like texting, Zoom, Signal, that sort of thing. In that situation, would you capture the image and post something on social media? You know, probably not. Likely as not you wouldn't, unless it would be to attach a negative comment, which you would do instinctively at that point, not logically. You wouldn't work it through, but you would add a negative comment because you'd be doing it in search of a dopamine hit of return affirmation that the internet has already proven to be very expert at delivering. In fact, Sean Parker, the inventor of Napster, once was talking about Facebook and how it was inevitable that even people who wanted to maintain only face-to-face relationships would go on Facebook. And he said this, he said, we need to sort of give you a little dopamine hit once in a while. So it's an addiction. This is a process of getting people addicted to reward and punishment, reward and punishment. And this seemingly far out situation I'm describing that would happen entirely inside your head in 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, say, this is really not that different from what people already experience. We lean more and more on machines to do our thinking for us. And the worst part is we increasingly do not distinguish between thinking that is ours and thinking that is someone else's. And we Americans once cherished independence. We lived off folk tales about, people who went off on their own and hit the open road. Think about heroes of our great works of art, people like Ishmael or Huck and Jim, even figures like Chuck Berry, right, who picks up a guitar and sings a song about setting off with no particular place to go, and this creates a dazzling sound that, touches the nerve around the whole world. Well, we don't do that anymore. Now, instead of giving the world something invigorating and freeing like rock and roll, we're exporting mass neurosis and fear. At home, we've become afraid to walk even a few steps without our electronic helpers. For most of us, our senses of self are inextricably tied to a huge global entourage of prying commentators who live in those phones of ours that are always in our pockets. They're in everybody's pockets here, right? And whose good opinion we never stop seeking, whether we admit it or not. This was never us before. We've long celebrated the individual. In America, we celebrate the individual even if the individual is crazy. One of my heroes growing up was a guy named Plenty Wingo. Has anyone here ever heard that name? Plenty Wingo was famous for trying to walk around the entire world backwards. He made it from Santa Monica to Istanbul, And I remember telling this story to somebody once because I was so fascinated by it, and the person looked at me and said, "Why would anybody do that?" And I kind of scrunched up my nose and said, "Why? Because that's what we do, you know, and that's what Americans do. We do, just for the sheer sake of it, we do crazy things. It's why, you know, for every 50 lunatics who throw themselves off cliffs with homemade wings and to their deaths, we have a couple of Wright brothers, and that's kind of the system in this country. It sort of works out for us in the end. The line between outpatient and inventor here has always been super thin, and it's the same thing with the line between con artist and marketing genius. People call P.T. Barnum both. Outlandishness, difference. We have always celebrated those qualities, whether it's Mr. T or Hunter Thompson or Liberace or Patrick Henry. I mean, it's basically all the same personality. We always upheld that kind of thing. But thinking for yourself is hard work. And in conclusions, it's sort of in the Twitter files, what we discovered is that the political interests in this country in the internet age have learned to prey on another very American instinct, which is laziness. They have built sophisticated programs that begin with the premise that the internet always punishes difference and always rewards conformity. And this is the core principle at work at shadow banning and de-amplification programs. These automated surveillance programs look for phrases like open-minded, or I like to do my own research, or I'm generally apolitical. And they don't score the people saying those things as tolerant, creative freethinkers. What the algorithms instead detect is that this is a person harboring a dangerous willingness to embrace unorthodox ideas, to look at the forbidden thing and not flee immediately. And so that person is downgraded or deny listed, and you will see less of that person's speech, and that person will see less speech, conversely. This is even scarier in some ways than actual censorship because it's undetectable in many cases. We just take people who are of a certain bent, the same bent that we once celebrated. These are the people who are the heroes of our society, and we've turned the volume down on them. We've made it so that you don't hear them as much. They're not as visible. They don't participate as much in our society. It was once a virtue in America when people asked about their politics to say, none of your business. Well, nobody thinks that way anymore. Young people, especially, are worried to the point of mental illness about their likes and their ratios. And they, like a lot of adults, not only want people to know what they think, they're terrified of people not knowing what they think, lest they be suspected of harboring something unsavory underneath. This is something I observed when I lived in the former Soviet Union, that people who had lived under communism had learned that it was dangerous to be quiet, that silence was often an indicator of secret unorthodoxy. So there was a lot of babbling that went on. People learned to babble, constantly talk, constantly profess their belief in this or that, so that they wouldn't be suspected of thinking too much. And that's something that happens on the internet. It's increasingly part of internet culture. And this is how it is for Americans just trying to be themselves now. First, they became addicted to the internet as a tool of convenience. Then it became a cheap substitute for real-life interaction. And finally, they learned to submit to the wisdom of crowds, which on the internet, as we increasingly found out, especially through the Twitter files, is often an artificial representation of a crowd generated by political and social engineers, be they from the FBI, the DHS, the Pentagon, or from the engineers at places like Meta, Google, or Twitter. These groups are sicking their algorithms on that independent spirit of liberty Justice Learned Hand talked about. And if they can preemptively extinguish that fire, formal censorship will become unnecessary. The population will become too fearful of difference to ever risk such punishment in the first place. And I think that moment is close at hand, and that's why I'm so grateful that events like this are still happening. I think And it's why I'm so grateful for people like yourselves. I think most of the people in this room know the patriotic importance of maintaining that spirit of liberty and preserving it and fighting for it. You know, when I was a kid and I saw in Washington the statue of Thomas Jefferson and, you know, the quote that eternal vigilance is the price of liberty. I didn't know what that means, but he was right. You know, we do have to be eternally vigilant, and this is the moment where we have to show that vigilance. Yeah, in closing, I would just say those people who would have us glued to our phones, these people that we've seen over and over in these otherwise secret email conversations, who want us to be part of this algorithmic system of dialing down the freethinkers and dialing up the conformists. These people want us to be perennially afraid of whispers. They want us to not be proud of ourselves and stand up for ourselves and our rights. To me, these people are as American as redcoats, and we need to find a way to send them home for good. So, thank you. And I'm going to sit with Nico and talk for a minute. Thank you so much. Good to see you. By the way, this is Nico Perino of Fire, by the way.
So, Matt, last year in May, you and I had a conversation on Fire's, so to speak, podcast about the collective freakout that it seemed talking heads and mainstream media were having to the prospect that Elon Musk might take over Twitter. Fast forward 7 months, and somehow you are in Twitter's files, doing the Twitter files. Can you just explain a little bit how that came to be?
Yeah, that was totally random. I did at one point suggest in a column that if he were to open up the internal correspondence of Twitter, that he would become an American folk hero. But the rumor was kind of already going around that he was thinking about doing that. So maybe a little bit. I was hoping that he would see that, and you know, I was sort of raising my hand and volunteering. But it was very random. I got called by Twitter, and as you know, many other reporters soon got involved. And initially, we didn't think we were looking at much, and after about a week and a half was when we realized we were looking at something very significant.
Yeah, can you talk about your approach to that reporting too? Did you go out to San Francisco? Did you go to the offices? And how do you even begin to look at that trove of data?
I did go out to San Francisco, and the only guidance that we had really was with the first Twitter files, because I talked about that with the Twitter executives. My idea with that was I was still thinking kind of old school First Amendment. You know, I wasn't thinking in Orwellian terms. I was thinking in terms of you know, sort of American speech law, and I was thinking if there was some kind of communication between something like the FBI and Twitter, what would those communications look like? I figured the place we would most likely find that, if it existed, was in the Hunter Biden laptop incident, because Mark Zuckerberg had mentioned, sort of obliquely being warned about that. But after that, there was really no guidance. We just sort of had a whole gigantic pile of stuff. And it was from that we had to build a plot of what we were looking at. That's one of the reasons I was very glad for the Missouri v. Biden lawsuit, because they came to a lot of the same conclusions we did sort of independently, and that was reassuring.
So for folks who followed Matt, he has a very helpful capsule summary of all the Twitter files on your website, which I used to kind of help prepare for this conversation. But in doing the Twitter files, what surprised you the most? What did you find that was just more shocking than anything else?
So, how many people here have ever seen the movie All the President's Men? Yeah, everybody. Great journalism movie, right? Alan J. Pakula. There's this scene in it where Robert Redford is at the arraignment of the Watergate burglars, and right at the end he hears one of the burglars, James McCord, when he's asked what he does for a living, he sort of whispers Central Intelligence Agency, And, Robert Redford immediately kind of, his eyes light up. He can't believe what he's looking at, and he whispers a little expletive. We had that moment, I would say, a week and a half into the project. We had already started seeing emails that were saying things like flagged by FBI, flagged by DHS. But for me, it was the first time I saw an email that had this thing they called the industry meeting. So there would be, the header of the email would be usually a government official from the FBI or some other government agency. Then there would be 30 or 40 representatives of private companies, and they range from Pinterest to Wikimedia to Google to Facebook to Twitter. And then there would be an agenda underneath it. And it would say U.S. government briefing, beginning with like other government agency briefing on Ukraine. So that's like the intelligence community sort of talking to all of these companies about, sort of briefing them on trends. That was shocking to me because that showed the entire arrangement in one picture. And, from there we were able to kind of construct more about how the communication worked. But that was the real big shock for me.
Yeah, there was some recent news that I read as well, coming out of some of these congressional hearings, about how, I guess, American law enforcement is passing along requests from the Ukrainian intelligence service to these companies. And from best we can tell, they're not vetting them at all. And I don't know how much they're asking them to do anything with it. But it is concerning, that sort of interaction, right?
Oh, my God.
Yeah, and just, especially with the threat of revoking Section 230 and some of the other sort of reforms that government has been threatening social media companies in particular with. It's important, I think, even after the Twitter files has kind of waned, that we're still shedding light on some of these activities. And I did want to ask you about the Twitter files waning, right? Mm-hmm. Because over the course of the last couple of months, some of the journalists who were involved in the Twitter files reporting were no longer involved. Barry Weiss, for example, criticized Elon Musk for his deplatforming of some journalists. And then your Twitter files reporting ended when you criticized Elon Musk's approach to Substack, which at the time was launching a mini Twitter competitor. And you have strong allegiances to Substack. Your journalism is hosted there. And I will say, for anyone who cares about journalism and freedom of speech, Substack is some of our greatest partners there, Chris and Hamish, and they're just fantastic, and they care deeply about these issues. So can you talk a little bit about how that ended, and Elon sharing some of your private correspondences with him? And
yeah, I mean, that was sad. I mean, Elon's a complicated person. He's got things going on in his professional life that I couldn't even begin to comprehend. The initial interview that I had with him, I can't say that I fully understood what he wanted out of the Twitter files. He talked about hoping to restore some credibility to the platform for people who were unsure of what was going on behind the scenes, and I think the Twitter files to some degree helped on that front because it showed some willingness to be open. But it ended in acrimonious fashion, which I think was too bad. I was trying to protect the reporting by remaining independent. I thought if there was any kind of relationship between us that we'd be criticized even more. He didn't see it that way. I think it's a misunderstanding, but it's too bad. But still, it went on for a very long time. I mean, all things considered, I thought it was going to be a lot more temporary than it was.
Yeah, I mean, Twitter is definitely one of the primary public forums for our national conversation, and I think both you and I were very optimistic about everything Elon was saying in the spring of last year when he was talking about freedom of speech. How do you think that panned out in practice? Is it a mixed bag? How do you see it?
I've come around to the opinion that anytime there are owners of these platforms, that there's always going to be a problem. Mm-hmm. There are myriad pressures, as you know, that these companies come under, not just from the FBI and the DHS, but also from advertisers and people who are doing advertiser boycotts and members of Congress. And so they start to make compromises. And this is one of the things we saw over a period of time with old Twitter, which is that they would start to do something, they would say, no, we can't remove that, it's not a violation of our policies, but we'll de-amplify it. Yeah. Once they start down that road, suddenly they're doing it all over the place. And before you know it, you have a completely artificial representation of reality. And I think that happens to any company that's trying to make money doing this.
So you testified in Congress in March, and there was an editorial in the Wall Street Journal that spoke to a visit you happened to receive from the IRS on the day that you testified. Presumably a government official, to quote Milton Friedman, who said, "I'm here from the government and I'm here to help." But how did you interpret that visit from the IRS on that day? And are there any updates?
Yeah, so I testified, I think it was March 9th in Washington. I took a train home, Amtrak, got home. My wife very nonchalantly said, oh, but the IRS came today while you were testifying, and showed me a note they'd left on the door. It was very funny. It said, call me in 4 days. Apparently this is a tactic they use because they want you to worry all weekend what the problem is. So I called right away. Of course, they didn't answer. And then after 4 days, they called. They sent a letter. It really was the IRS. It turned out to be a problem connected to, well, there were two things, but the big thing they were worried about was my 2018 return, which they said had been retroactively rejected due to concerns about identity theft. And I thought this had to be a coincidence, so I just told the committee about it. The committee sent off a letter asking what was going on, and I didn't get worried until I saw what came back. It turned out that they had opened the case on December 24th, 2022, which was a Saturday, Christmas Eve, and it just happened to be the day that we dropped a very big Twitter file story about the relationship between Twitter, the FBI, and even the CIA. So I got very scared at that point. Look, both Democratic and Republican administrations have been caught up in this problem of using the IRS politically. I can't say for sure that's happening in this case, but I think what they're trying to do, if this is politicized, is they're trying to scare off future reporters from going down this road, because who needs it, right?
Yeah.
And that's a problem.
You talked a little bit about the problem with modern journalism. I went to journalism school. Not the choice I would have made if I could do it all over again. But I was inspired by folks like you, right? Enterprising journalists. And there is a new trend in journalism, this idea of moral clarity journalism, as opposed to objective journalism. That is, we don't need to approach any story from an objective perspective. We don't need to get all the sides. We don't need to get all the zookeepers and the gorillas. And, we don't, to the extent we know that there is a moral answer to this story, we can focus on that. So I was wondering if you had thoughts on that, because you also do editorial journalism as well, which is some of that approach. And it seems like more people want to do that, and they want to do less of the all the president's men style journalism.
Right. Yeah, I think we've talked about this before, but there was a very influential column in the New York Times in August of 2016 called "Trump is Testing the Norms of Objectivity in Journalism." It said basically that journalists no longer had to just be true, they had to be true to history's judgment. So this was kind of a clarion call in the business, asking people to do away with the old version of how we did the job, which is more how I described it, which is we don't really care what the truth is. Like the whole point of the job is we interview people, we give it to you, you do what you want with the information, and we're done. We move on to the next thing. We try to get it right, but and then the next story, we don't bring any preconceived notions with us. We start all over again. That way of doing business, which was standard for everybody, is now very much in the past. And people are really doing narrative-driven journalism where they kind of know how they're going to shade things before they even start interviewing people, which I think is very dangerous.
Yeah. We're here in the state of Tennessee, and there was a free speech controversy, or so you were told that here a couple of months ago involving the legislators who were voted out by the state legislature. And FIRE, you know, we do rapid response work and we hear there's this free speech story and we try and understand the story, right, before we opine on it. And one of the things you noticed about a lot of the coverage of it was a lack of context. The fact that legislators had taken over the floor and brought a bullhorn, in fact, on the floor and were leading those in the galley in a chant, which complicates the free speech argument or claim that a lot of the supporters of these legislators had made. And we find that increasingly common, right? That because there's this moral clarity perspective, and because I think a lot of the journalists agree with the protesters on the floor at the Tennessee State House, that just that context is removed. And then you see more subtle things. For example, I was reading the Washington Post's reporting on Missouri v. Biden, and you know the subheading is like Trump-appointed judge issues ruling, protected speech is in quotation marks, free speech is in quotation marks. And so it's these kind of like subtle ways that journalism has morphed. It's not the way I learned journalism when I was in J school, that is helping to shape the narrative, I guess, toward that more moral clarity perspective.
Yeah, and that is very scary. You know, for years before I got involved in stories like the Twitter files, I did a lot of long-form journalism for Rolling Stone. That was about the financial sector. And one of the first things that you learn in journalism is that almost every story is far more complicated than you think it is. And there's very little black and white in reality. When you start digging down into almost any story, there are all kinds of nuances. Things are much more convoluted than are advertised. And the trick in journalism, I always thought, was to capture all of those little things so that people get the whole picture. But we're moving in a direction, and you know, Orwell described this in 1984, where in a totalitarian society, what they really want to do is they want to eliminate all shades of gray. They want to reduce everybody to black and white distinctions, so that when they're reading something, they're perennially looking at a binary choice. And that, you know, that's what I was kind of talking about in the speech, is that it's sucking the ability, people's ability to think for themselves away when they're constantly only deciding between X or Y or A or B. If they can't see the shades of gray, you're left with a population that doesn't know how to think for itself, and I think that's terrifying.
Well, that's what that moral clarity perspective on journalism suggests, a lack of faith in the audience to make their own...
Exactly.
To make up their own minds. I see we've got 2.5 minutes left here, so I'll just ask one final question. When we're talking about the Twitter files, we're talking about jawboning done on behalf of the government, sometimes reaching a First Amendment violation, as the judge determined in that Missouri v. Biden case. They're pressuring these companies to censor their users. But we've also seen efforts by governors and state legislatures and elected officials to pressure companies themselves to shut up. So, for example, we've seen in the state of Florida what happened with Disney. And, Ron DeSantis gets on the phone with the CEO of Disney and says, this isn't going to end well for you. Or you see Republican AGs going after Target. They sent a letter to Target saying that some of the clothing they were selling was obscene. They also objected, I guess, to some Satanist clothing that might have been available there.
Yeah, quote, yeah.
But it happens on every side of the aisle, right? And this is why I think nonpartisan free speech advocacy is so important, and that's what we're trying to stick to here at FIRE. You see it happen in the state of New York, where law enforcement officers there lean on financial institutions to not do business with the NRA because the state of New York objects to the NRA's Second Amendment advocacy. So I was wondering what your perspective is on that sort of issue too, and whether you see that to be a growing trend, along with the larger kind of jawboning we've seen that you did with the Twitter files explored.
Yeah, definitely. Just quickly, I would say my perspective on this has always been that this is not a partisan issue, that even in the Twitter files, we saw lots and lots of pressure to go after leftist movements, whether it was the Yellow Vest movement in Europe or, pro-Maduro protesters in Venezuela, or even the Green Party. They were denialisted. what people don't recognize is that it's the mechanism that's the problem.
Yes.
And once they build this thing, it will be very, very hard to unbuild, you know, and that's what I really worry about.
Well, Matt, I appreciate you taking the time, being here with us at Freedom Fest.
Thanks
very
so much,
much.
Nico. I appreciate it. Thanks. That was awesome.
Good. Thank you.
Hear it for them. Well done. Nice job. Nice Taibbi. Legendary. Right? Do you love it? Thank you. It's my tracksuit. It's my Freedom tracksuit. Hi, friends. How we holding up? You guys doing good in the front row? You've been here all day. You haven't even left. You guys have not gone you have not eaten. You have not slept. You don't care. You're the ones standing on that wall. We need you on that wall. So right now we're going to experience a wonderful conversation between two stunning and brilliant gentlemen, and I hope you're ready for this one. Dr. Mark Skousen, who is the creator, along with his wife Joanne, of this beautiful, vast oasis we call Freedom Fest. And as you know, he is a presidential fellow, and I'm going to say that name wrong. He's an endowed chair of free enterprise at Chapman University. He has a BA, MA, and PhD in economics from George Washington University. He taught econ at Columbia, and he worked for the CIA. So we're all hosts. This has all been a giant ruse, but very, very clever. He is going to interview a broadcast legend who is not only an Emmy Award-winning TV host, producer, podcaster, narrator. I was first moved to tears by his voice on Deadliest Catch, and I became a huge fan of the show because of the way he drew us into the icy waters of Dutch Harbor, Alaska. And he also, you know, Dirty Jobs, you know, all the stuff he's done. He loves American steel, and he has done more than any human in this country to get high schoolers into trade schools, into bypass college, so they have no debt and great jobs, because we have a dearth of plumbers, electricians, contractors, and pipe fitters, and he is single-handedly creating the next generation of American workers by stoking that work ethic. So these two, between the economics, the hard work, and just the pure American sex appeal. Let's welcome Dr. Mark Skousen and Mike Rowe.
It's been a hard day's night, and I've been working like a dog. It's been a hard day's night. I should be sleeping like a log.
Oh my God.
When I get home to you.
What an opportunity. Here you are.
Here I am.
Now,
everywhere I go, there I am.
Yeah. Where is the liquor? I thought you needed to, to answer my question.
It's not about need, but if there is any handy, I would probably enjoy
a little bit of.
I saw some backstage. Maybe one of your many helpers.
Yes, indeed.
Bring it to us in due time.
Yes. Now, before we get started, I want to present to you our official Freedom Fest hat. And by the way, I threw it in the dirt a few times.
Oh,
so
thank
that
you.
You would
Good.
Enjoy.
Good. Look at that. It's almost color coordinated.
Pretty good match. Yeah, for sure.
Like a garanimal.
Yeah. And last night I presented him with an American Eagles silver dollar, the symbol of our conference. I believe he has one right there.
I carry it now everywhere I go.
Indeed.
I don't leave home without it.
And by the way, I do want to recommend that you all go out in the exhibit hall and buy a silver dollar, because on Saturday we are going to have you come up at the closing panel, and we'll have a picture taken with Steve Forbes and even Robert F. Kennedy. Who knows? He might be willing to.
How much does a silver dollar cost these days?
$37.
What is up with that? How do we explain that? Is that inflation or just an upsell?
It's funny because in 1960, a silver dollar was worth $1.
Huh.
And today it's $37 to buy a silver dollar. So actually, the way I look at it, since you are an author of a book.
I'm not buying any of this.
Yes. Since you're an author, listen, I'm an economist and you asked the question. Here.
It was rhetorical.
Bring this man some drinks, because I'm now an economist. I'm going to teach him some economics.
Yeah. Let's flip it over. There we go.
Like this. Is that what you want?
Here's your bottle service, gentlemen.
Thank you. That's very kind.
There we are.
Very
my
kind.
gosh.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
You bet.
Yes. Now, what is this called? Noble?
This is called Noble Tennessee Whiskey, and according to the brochure, it's the official whiskey of FreedomFest 2023.
Oh, really?
Which pleases me to no end.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Well,
yeah.
Welcome to Freedom Fest. I think it's great to have you here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask you 21 questions. This is like in Playboy magazine. Not that you ever read Playboy magazine.
No.
Did you ever, at what age did you discover dirty magazines?
About the same time I discovered pop-up books.
Really?
Is that too weird?
That does sound weird.
No, you know what? I first discovered...
What popped up is the question.
What didn't? I grew up on this weird kind of quasi-farm that was attached to... there was a stream, and I followed the stream one day, and the stream led through culverts and under highways, and I was crawling under a chain-link fence in my little walkabout, and somebody had thrown a pile of papers out of the window. You know, clearly just a no-good litter bug, but in this pile of papers were some very grainy black and white but hyper-realistic images of people in flagrante delicto, is the word, right?
This was your education in Greek literature, right?
Indeed it was. So I figure I was probably about 11 years old, just lying there, looking through the trash at dirty pictures, and, you know, synapses started to fire, and next thing you know, here we are.
So I did want to tell you we have something in common, you and I.
Dirty magazines?
No. Well, that's another issue. That's true. No. I am a macroeconomist, and you are a microeconomist.
Very clever. Micro,
you all
macro,
get that? Micro,
that.
macro? Okay, I thought that was pretty good. Now, let's start with your knowledge of Aristotle. You are famous for quoting Aristotle, so we will, let me ask you a question. What is the opposite of courage, according to Aristotle?
Wow. Well, the honest answer is I don't know, but if I were to guess, he would probably not say cowardice. He would probably go with something like apathy or indifference or something like that.
Well, you were actually right the first time, cowardice. And if we asked you as an audience, would you agree? Cowardice.
Well, wait a minute.
But
that's not according to Aristotle.
But not according to Aristotle. According to Aristotle, that's only half the answer. The other half is reckless. So in other words, Aristotle taught in the Nicomachean Ethics, which I'm sure you've read.
Just this morning.
And in it he says there's the golden mean of the virtue, and the virtue is courage. The defect is cowardice, and the excess, which is also a bad thing, is recklessness, because recklessness, you die in war. So my first question to you is, what is the most reckless thing you ever did in dirty jobs?
Oh, well, that's awkward. I mean, dirty jobs. Are you guys familiar with the show? You've seen, I don't want to, I mean, I'm not fishing for cheap applause. It's just good to know who's seen it. Who hasn't seen the show? If I could just... All right, you all get out. Dirty Jobs was the simplest show in the history of television, except for maybe the Gong Show. In it, I assumed the identity of an apprentice, and I flew around the country, and I spent a day working alongside regular men and women who did the kinds of jobs that made civilized life possible for the rest of us. It's been on 20 years, every week, and that's what it is. It's a show with no pre-production, no actors, no writers, no second takes. To your point, when you do a show with no second takes and you're immersed in a hazardous area, it could be the deck of a crab boat, or it could be a coal mine, it could be any number of things, you're living in a constant state of recklessness. It's self-imposed. So you're also living in a constant state of worry because you're aware that the situation is hazardous. So somewhere in there, there's probably some kind of equilibrium, and to drag the Aristotelian thought back into it, I would just tell you that, as I understand it, Aristotle said the definition of a tragedy is the moment in the narrative when the protagonist comes face to face with the inescapable truth of his own self. And all the great stories have that moment of realization.
The moment when you're about to die.
Or the moment when you realize you're about to die. Or the moment you realize everything you thought you knew about a person or an idea or a belief was wrong.
Yeah.
So he called it, there were two words, both pretty fancy. One was an anagnoresis, which was just basically a discovery, and the other was a peripeteia, or a peripety. And when Oedipus, for instance, realizes that he really is enjoying making love to this older woman who he's been dating, that's an anagnoresis. Our hero realizes he likes older women. And the story goes on, and way leads on to way, and then suddenly in Act 5, I think, he has another anagnoresis when he realizes this older woman, who he's very much in love with and who he's since married and has had children with, is his mother. That's a peripeteia. Mm-hmm. A peripeteia is an anagnoresis that fundamentally changes the trajectory of the protagonist. So what I think you're really asking, if I could put words in your mouth,
Please
is
do.
How often on Dirty Jobs did you have a peripeteia brought on by recklessness, uncertainty, and ultimately regret? And the answer to that is all the time.
And so you had an Oedipus complex.
I still do, actually.
Okay, so try to keep your answers a little bit shorter so I can get through my 21 questions.
If you do the same thing with your endless questions, I'll do the same thing with my pedantic replies.
All right. So speaking of dirty, that seems to be a theme. Let's talk about how things have changed culturally. And there used to be a time when everybody would get their hands dirty. Kids growing up, playing baseball, you'd be gone all day and you'd come back dirty, and maybe you'd take a bath, maybe you wouldn't. And are those days long gone?
By and large, yeah. I think by and large we're living in a culture that is very frightened of the recklessness you've talked about. We're frightened of a great many things as parents. We gave our kids a much longer leash once upon a time. You know, you could go out and come back, maybe come back at 8, come back at 9. No big deal, no panic. I had a woods behind the home where I lived, and I would sometimes go back there for the weekend, and my parents didn't freak out. So I think we're more safety conscious today than we've ever been. I think we've made recklessness the enemy, and I think we're fearful in ways we haven't been. And to your point, yeah, when it comes to hygiene, when it comes to health, when it comes to all the things that can hurt us, we're hyper aware of it. You can't turn on the TV and see an ad for an unpronounceable pharmaceutical product designed to tend to an ailment that we didn't even know existed 5 minutes ago, right? So we're just more aware, I think, than we've ever been of all the trouble in the world and all of the things that can hurt us and all of the bad things that can befall our loved ones. And so we have evolved. We're a more careful people.
And we have lots of vaccines now when you're a child.
I read something about that, yeah.
Measles. I mean, I got the measles, I got the mumps, I got all of these chicken pox and so forth. But now they got shots for all of these. Is that a good thing, or have we gone overboard with the vaccines?
Probably a bit out of my lane, but, you know, it does seem, from what I've heard, the schedule for vaccines today is 72, 73 are on the list. We're inoculating.
And early, I mean, several months after you're born, you start getting these shots, maybe even when you're born.
Well, look, so out of my lane, so don't quote me for God's sakes, but it does seem like those diseases have been around for as long as we've been around, and why would we be so focused today on? It's like we've waged a sort of war on risk, right? And risk, I would say to you, is maybe not the same thing as recklessness. Risk, to be reckless is to willfully embrace danger. To acknowledge risk is to simply live in the world. And to mitigate it, I think, is wise, right? Vocational safety is a very big deal. But I think maybe we've got it in our heads that we can eliminate it. And when we try and do that, when we try and get to zero danger, then we stop. Well, of course we stop taking risks, but we also stop living. And that's kind of a drag.
So we have peanut allergies now. People have more allergies than they ever have before. Is that because they didn't get their hands dirty? They didn't play as children? I mean, who knows?
I don't know.
Hard. Yeah, it's an interesting question. I often hear that maybe that's the reason, but like you say, nobody really knows.
Yeah, you don't, I mean, what do they say? There's the knowns, the unknown knowns, and the unknown unknowns. And so what can you say about a whole flight of allergies that just seem to have appeared? I wouldn't suggest they don't exist. They've manifested. But what's caused them? Is it diet? Is it a lack of exercise? Is it something environmental? Is it something genetic? Beats me. I really have no idea, but I'm interested.
But you're okay.
No, I'm not okay.
You're not okay.
No, I'm great, man. I mean, I'm older than I've ever been, and after 20 years of dirty jobs, certain things ache and whatnot. But it's funny, man. I haven't had a cold in decades.
Well,
and I think maybe
there's always a first.
I'm sure I'm going to leave this place with something.
Good God.
I don't know what. But, obviously, there is such a thing as natural immunity. Yeah. And I've joked over the years with a lot of people I've worked with in sanitation, and they say the same thing. They don't get sick the way a lot of other people do.
Yeah. So I'm going to tell you a story that happened to me, and I want you to beat that story. You've got to improve. You've got to say, I got a better story than what I'm about to tell you.
Like I can beat that? All right, good.
So I went on a survival camp.
I can beat that.
In the Uinta Mountains.
Uh-huh.
Yep. And it was a week-long camp, and there was about a dozen of us young people. We were in our teens. And Larry Dean Olson was the teacher. He had written a book on how to survive in the wilderness and eating plants, all of this sort of fishing and so forth. But he brought along with him a sheep. And the second day, he brought the sheep out, took out a hammer, and hit the sheep right on the head. Then he pulled out a knife, a Bowie knife, and he said, now I'm not going to do this, but one of you has to cut the throat of the sheep and kill the sheep, because we're going to cook the sheep, and that's going to be our meat for the week. There was dead silence. Nobody said a word. I was scared to death. I wouldn't have done it. But finally, a kid who we later found was a sheep herder, he said, oh, hell, I'll do it. And he came up and slit the throat of that sheep. Blood spurted out everywhere. I mean, I was scared to death as a teenager. Now that was scary.
I got that beat.
You got it beat. Okay.
It was 2008. We were 5 years into Dirty Jobs. It had become the #1 show on cable, and it was a big deal. And because it became a big deal, we were getting a lot of scrutiny. A lot of angry acronyms were watching the show, and they were quick to write in if they saw some sort of infraction. So lots of letters from OSHA, lots of letters from PETA, lots of letters from the Humane Society. I got letters from the EPA, the FBI, right? Like when you're on TV, everybody can see something. So there's a file this thick on my boss's desk, and I got a little jittery, and I wanted to make sure that I didn't make too much trouble. And I went to a sheep ranch. I'll pick up where you left off, in Craig, Colorado, for what they called, well, it's just basically animal husbandry, but we were going to do everything you could to the sheep. It's called docking. So you take their tail off, the baby lambs, and then you castrate them, right? So this is a great dirty job. It sounds super interesting, but I don't need any more trouble with PETA, because a couple months earlier I'd shot a cow on Dirty Jobs.
Oh.
And butchered it in an attempt to show people where their food came from, and nearly got us canceled. So I called PETA and I said, hey, it's Mike Rowe from Dirty Jobs. They're like, we know who you are. I'm like, well, I'm calling you because I'm going to be sheep docking, and I want to make sure when we're out there with our cameras that we do this the right way, right? And so I said, is there like an approved process? And they said, yes, there is. I'm glad you called. And they went on to describe the process where a thick rubber band would be stretched and put over the scrotum of the young lamb. And then over the course of 2 days, the flow of blood would slowly be retarded, and the scrotum and everything in it would simply fall off. And that's the method. Sounds great for TV, doesn't sound great for the lamb, but whatever. We go to Craig, Colorado. I meet Albert and Melody Villard, and we have a day. It's a great Dirty Jobs day. We're riding horses. We're bringing the sheep in. We build a corral. We shear the grown-up sheep, and then we get to the lambs, and the docking begins. And Melody picks up a little lamb, maybe 3 weeks old, and has it on the fence post. And the way Dirty Jobs works is I watch the work get done, and then I step in and try it. And my crew is filming everything. And so the lamb is on the post, and Melody opens its legs, and Albert steps in and reaches into his pocket to pull out what I assume is going to be one of the aforementioned rubber bands. It's not. Now, it's not this either. Well, what it is a pocket knife. It's actually a switchblade. And he hits the button and it goes, snick, and the blade pops up. And all this happens very quickly. I'm not sure where we're headed with it, but my camera guys are filming, and there's Albert, and there's the lamb, and there's the switchblade open, and the sun is coming over the Rockies, glinting off the steel, and it's all very cinematic. And Albert leans in very quickly and cuts off the tail and drops it into the orange bucket that I'm holding. And then he grabs the scrotum and he pulls it toward him. And then he takes the knife and he cuts off the tip, just like that. I feel like I'm watching some sort of German porno, right? I don't even know what happens next. But he pushes the scrotum back and reveals 2 testicles about the size of thumbs. And then, I swear to God, he leans down and he bites them off.
Oh my gosh.
Doesn't actually bite him, he bites into them and then snaps his head back, pulling out everything, and then spits it into the bucket. Now, sorry you didn't see the TV show, sir? The testicles go plunk, plunk in the bucket. And I say something I've never said on Dirty Jobs before, right? I say, cut.
Cut?
I have to stop what's going on because this is not the approved method, right? There's no way.
That's right.
There's no way I'm going to get this on the air. There's no way. So what he's doing, I assume, is just trying to be, sensational, trying to do something good TV, right? And I just said, look, man, we can't do this. We have to do it the right way. And he says, what are you talking about, the right way? And I said, we got to use the rubber bands. We got to do the thing. And he's like, well, I guess we could do that. I'm like, well, why wouldn't we do that? And he said, well, it's not very pleasant for the lamb. I'm like, pleasant for the lamb? Good God, man, you just cut his balls off, spit him in the thing. What are we doing? And he said, well, look, if you want to do it, we'll do it. So Melody goes into the pen, and she gets a little lamb, another one, sets it up. Albert goes over to his tackle box, takes out the rubber band, and applies it with a pair of reverse pliers, right? He puts it on there, cuts off the tail, puts the lamb down. Now the lamb has this rubber band firmly affixed around its scrotum, and he's quivering, right? And he walks over into the corner, and he's just squatting there. It's the saddest thing. And I said to Albert, I'm like, how long is he going to be in this level of distress? And the farmer said, about 2 days. And I said, you got to be kidding me. Meanwhile, the lamb that he had just... It's the happiest lamb in the world. Not a care in the world. 2 minutes later, he had completely forgotten that which he once possessed is now in my orange bucket. For the rest of the day, we castrated 100 lambs, and we did it the old-fashioned way, the way Albert did it, which, by the way, there are many good reasons for it. First of all, it's a lot less painful for the animal. Secondly, it's not nearly as unsanitary as you would think. That thing he was biting had never even seen the air before, right? And you can do it with a smaller team of people. For all these reasons, I decided I'm going to show the truth of what it looks like to castrate a lamb. And the footage I've just described to you went on the air. And it raised all kinds of hell. But I was able to push back because we had the video evidence. I had video of a lamb being castrated the proper way in abject pain. And I had lots of proof of lambs being castrated the old-fashioned way, getting on with their lives with not a care in the world. And the moral of that story was simply, that's when I began to question the primacy of experts. That's when I began to think, you know something? Just because the people at PETA say it's so, doesn't necessarily mean it's true. You might be able to learn something from a rancher on the front line.
Yeah.
And that's when Dirty Jobs really shifted from being an entertainment show that just focused on dirty jobs and spectacular moments into a rumination on work and into a good-natured study of what happens when the experts are wrong and the regular people on the front lines are right. And for that reason, the show is still on the air. And that's what I meant when I said I can top that.
Yeah, wow. That's quite a story. Now, afterwards, did you take a drink of your Noble whiskey?
Noble whiskey didn't exist at that point. In fact, Noble is my granddad, Carl Noble. Dirty Jobs was a tribute to him. Permission to take a very quick sidebar?
Please do, please do.
My pop, some of you know this guy, not in real life, but if I describe him, he only went to the 7th grade. By the time he was 30, he was a licensed electrician, steam fitter, pipe fitter, welder extraordinaire. The guy could build a house without a blueprint, and often did. And he was heroic to me, you know, and Dirty Jobs was a tribute to him, and the foundation I started years later was a tribute to him. Anyhow, yeah, I'll tell you too, it happened because of my mom. I was working for CBS and she called me one day. He had turned 90, my pop. Mm-hmm. And at that point, I had been working in the entertainment business for years. I'd sung in the opera, I'd sold stuff on QVC, I'd worked for dozens of different networks.
You were on a barbershop quartet?
I was in a barbershop quartet. I made all sorts of mistakes, Mark. But I was 42 and I was working for CBS and my mom called and she said, Michael, your grandfather just turned 90, and you know, he's not going to be around forever. And I was thinking, wouldn't it be great if before he died, he could turn on the television and see you doing something that looked like work? Mothers, right? So I took my camera guys on that gig into the sewers the next day, and I shot a segment with a sewer inspector. That got on the air. That led to Dirty Jobs. Wow. That led to MicroWorks. And 20 years later, my pop is long gone, but his name's on some whiskey. So I drink to that.
You are serving some whiskey out here, right?
Well, you were very kind. You guys bought a bunch of cases, and we have a cocktail called a Noble Cause, which I think is terribly clever. I'm just enjoying some on the rocks now because it's after 5 and freedom, right?
So, by the way, we're going to take questions on both sides. We have microphones. If you want to line up to ask a question at some point, that would be great. So think of a good provocative question that doesn't take too long, because I have 21 questions.
We only have 18 to go. So
we got 18 to go. It's crazy. So I'm going to tell you one other story So in this, you mentioned work, the importance of work and work ethic and how important that is in your foundation. And you have made the statement that the world has attacked the whole work ethic, it seemed. But I want to suggest the possibility that also there's the overwork problem. And there are people who have every minute designated in a schedule. And I had a boss like that, Bob Kephart, my publisher. And back in the 80s, he is retired in Tampa, Florida. And I called him up one spring during spring training in Tampa, that's the Yankees. So I said, hey, Bob, let's go to a Yankee game this afternoon. He responded, Mark, you need to give me at least 2 months' notice. And of course, spring training would be over. I said, Bob, what if I died suddenly? Would you come to my funeral? He said, Mark, you need to give me 2 months' notice. So tell me, with this, it's kind of the Aristotelian golden mean again. You have the virtue of hard work, you work hard, and the defect is laziness and not working enough. But there's also the excess of working 24/7 and burning candles at both ends.
And I hope we're all something in the middle. I think it's a fair question, but it's indicative of the binary times in which we find ourselves. You know, things either need to be insufficient or excessive. We all know workaholics. I might be one. I'm not sure, except that I love what I do so much. It doesn't feel like work to me.
So, Mike, if I called you up on the phone, I said, Mike, it's spring training. This afternoon, just drop everything. Let's go to a ball game. Yes or no?
Well, you and I just met, so I don't feel like I owe you a ton.
Well,
you know?
That's true.
I mean,
that's a good point. Okay.
You brought me here. You gave me $1 worth 37 and a hat. All right. So if somebody gives you a silver dollar and a hat, you're going to drop what you're doing and go see. And really, your example is awful. It's spring training. It's not even a real game.
Well, that's
right?
true.
It's like, you know, hey, Mike, would you drop everything you're doing and go watch some athletes practice? I'm like, oh, I don't know. But I might. Right?
Yeah.
I might. I think that, look, the freedom to call an audible is a great gift, right? And the best moments, I think, that I've had in my life are not rehearsed. They're not planned. If you look at my calendar 2 months from now, it's wide open.
Oh.
If you look at my calendar 2 months prior, there's not an empty square on it.
Mm-hmm.
So I try and leave enough room in my life to zig and zag and jam it all together. But at the same time, you know, no man is an island, right? I got partners, I've got obligations,
Mm-hmm.
right? So however you balance those, you know, that's the American dream, getting to choose the level of balance in your life. When I said that we've made work the enemy, you know, that was somewhat platitudinous, and I was probably painting with too broad a brush. But I had just read Nicholas Eberstadt's wonderful book called Men Without Work that he published in 2015 and republished after the lockdowns because all of his premise had just exploded. And Nick's premise basically was this: we are as a culture stepping further and further away from the traditional definition of a good job and an honest day's work. And this thing we call work ethic is absolutely on the ropes. And his premise was, and is currently supported by some really shocking data. And if you guys haven't looked at it, I really encourage you to, because we've never seen anything like this. As we sit here right now talking about spring training and castration, 7.2 million able-bodied men between the ages of 25 and 54 are not only not working, they're affirmatively not looking for work. 7.2 million. This never happened in the history of this country, at least in peacetime. This is a whole new thing. And in the midst of this new thing, we have 11 million open jobs that people aren't excited about, many of which don't require a 4-year degree. And yet, we have $1.7 trillion in student loans on the books as we speak. And what are we doing? We're lending money we don't have to a generation of kids who are never going to be able to pay it back, to train them for jobs in majors that really don't exist anymore. Meanwhile, welders, steam fitters, pipe fitters, plumbers, carpenters, HVAC, electricians, men and women like my pop are in desperate, desperate need. And so that's what I meant when I said, you know, in a little soundbite, yeah, we've declared a war on work. Because, look, if those 7.2 million men were making their zip codes a better place, if they were pursuing one of those 1,000 points of light that Bush Sr. talked about, if they were volunteering, if they were contributing in some way, okay, I'm all about liberty and freedom. I'm all about the individual saying, you know something, I don't want to work, so I'm going to do this instead. I would never get in the way of that. But that's not what's happening, and the data is clear. Mm-hmm. What the data tells us is they're spending 2,000 plus hours a year on screens. What are they doing? Is it Call of Duty? Is it Halo? Are they updating their Instagram feed? Are they swiping left or right? I don't know. But we know what they're not doing. And that makes me nervous on a macro level. Mm-hmm. On a micro level, I'm just saying, you know what? Our country needs a peripatia. I had a peripatia when I realized PETA was wrong and the sheep farmer was right. And if I'm wrong about that, what else am I wrong about?
So I'm going to ask one final question, then we're going to take questions from the audience. All right. So
they're trying to clap, dude. Please let them clap for a second. I mean,
right.
Let's just let it breathe. Let the art wash over you.
So politics is often called a dirty business. Politics.
Uh-huh.
But you have a unique ability, I noticed, when I went on YouTube to just look at some of your past experiences, including the Teats experience and all that stuff. Mm-hmm. But I noticed you're on CNN, you're on NBC, CNBC, you're on all the major networks, you're on PBS, you're on Fox News, and every one of them think you're their friend.
That's nice.
And what is it? What is the unique formula? Because in today's divisive world, you are a unique figure. And yet I'm sure you have political views.
I do.
So how do you manage that? That seems to be a unique skill. Is there something you can teach us so that we're, at FreedomFest, we have lots of debates. We want to make them civil. We don't want to have people walking away angry at each other. How do you do that? What would you advise our people?
You know, I was sitting out here listening to Michael Schellenberger, who I've had on my podcast, who I think is terrific. I was talking last night at dinner with Ennis Freedom, who I've had on my podcast, who I think is terrific. I was listening to Matt Taibbi, who I haven't had on my podcast, but I'd like to because I think he's terrific.
What about me?
You? I'm waiting to go to a spring training game with.
Okay.
Because I think you're terrific. But they all used a word that I really like and that I try and use a lot too. They used two words, actually. They said, I worry and I wonder. I worry and I wonder. You know, I worry that this work ethic thing is not a problem but a symptom of some larger super icky thing. And I wonder what will happen if we don't get in front of it. Mm-hmm. I worry that $1.7 trillion in student loans is simply too much. I worry that the cost of a 4-year degree has gotten more expensive more quickly than any other valuable thing in the history of Western civilization. 500% faster than inflation over the last 40 years. That's faster than food, energy, real estate, and healthcare. Nothing in the world has ever gotten that expensive that fast. And I worry if we don't do something about it, the cost, then universities will have no incentive to lower their tuition. So if I'm going to weigh in, I try and stay in my lane. My foundation is focused on workforce issues and education. So I try not to wander into vaccines, as you so graciously dragged me minutes into our unscripted exchange.
That's probably the only quote will be from the media on that.
Yeah, great.
Yeah, you're welcome.
But I don't mind, because the truth is I've tried to train myself to say, look, I worry about our institutions, for instance. I worry that experts today have not quite got the memo that Atlas shrugged. Things have changed, right? We can't simply, as an expert, say, oh, well, this is how it is, and you need to take my word for it. Because if you haven't noticed, I have many, many initials after my name. And here's my accreditation, here's my paper, right? That worked for a long time. And I worry that it's not working right now. And I wonder what will happen. I wonder what will happen if our experts just keep telling us to trust them. I'm thinking right now, for instance, of, you mentioned Kennedy. Well, I heard him on Rogan, like a lot of other people did. And then I heard Rogan offer Peter Hotez, right, to come back on and debate him, put up $100,000. And he said no. And then a bunch of other people threw in money. I think it's over $1 million now, inviting Dr. Hotez to come back and have a debate with Kennedy. So there's another guy I listen to, Sam Harris, who I like a lot, has a podcast called Making Sense. And last week, maybe just a couple days ago, he said, you know what? I wouldn't have Robert Kennedy on my podcast because I don't want to platform him and I don't want to shine a light on these things that have been debunked. Now, to answer your question, I don't need to weigh in on this. Not on CNN, not on Fox, not on anything in between. But I can't help it because in that moment, something really seemed clear to me. It seems clear to me that Sam Harris doesn't think the entire world has changed. He thinks he can still point, his exact words were, I don't want to have Robert Kennedy on the podcast because he's not a scientist and he's not an expert. He's a lawyer and an advocate. But my feeling is we've entered a new world for the time being, and it's incumbent on our experts, both in the political class and the scientific community and the medical community, and most of all, in the media. It's incumbent on them to persuade us to re-earn our trust. It's not incumbent on us to stop doubting. It's not incumbent on us to be less skeptical. We need to be incredibly skeptical. And if what comes back over the net is some sort of hyphen denier thing, well, screw that. I'm not denying anything. I'm just curious. I want the experts to persuade me, not to simply point to something and say, that was settled. Can we move on now? We can't. Something really fundamental has been broken in the public trust.
Wow.
And I don't know how we get that back on track, but I do think that our elected officials owe us a duty of care to do that, and I especially believe that our media has to do it. And you know what? If the mainstream won't, then I'm looking at guys like Matt and Michael. I'm looking at them. I'm looking at Substack, and a lot of other people are too. And that's growing. So I wonder what will happen if it keeps growing, and I worry what will happen if it doesn't.
Well, I'll clap for that. By the way, in case you wonder, I have a BA, MS, and PhD in economics.
Yeah, but you know what? You still take the time to persuade.
That's true, yeah.
You point it out as a matter of history, and that's all it is. You've written 25 books. You're still writing. I read your newsletter. You're still at it. You're not sitting back and going, look what I did. My sense of you is that you wake up every day and say, the fight is afoot. Points need to be made. The stakes are high.
Yeah, keep going. Keep going.
No.
Yeah.
And then he goes to see a spring training game. Screw it.
Oh, God.
Let's
All
watch
right.
some baseball.
Let's take some questions. So keep them short. Let's go and see how many questions we can get in. Yes, sir. State your name.
I'm Bray Sadler. I'm a freshman in college. So back to sheep castration.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy.
I have to ask the question. You mentioned there's an old way of castrating a sheep. How old is that? And number two, where did the gentleman that taught you that learn it?
He was a fourth-generation sheep rancher, so he learned it from his pop, and his pop learned it from his pop. This goes back centuries. As long as animal husbandry has been around, we've been removing testicles from animals. It's just a thing that we do. And long before, there were acronyms and compliance and many other things. That's how they did it. And as it turns out, there were benefits to it that no one really knew. The interesting part of your question, where did he learn it from? That's so critical, because the people who provide our food, farmers and ranchers, represent 1.5% of this country. These people face adversaries, they face challenges really unlike any other industry. It's amazing what the miracle of modern agriculture and the people who make that happen. 1.5% of people feeding 330 million people 3 times a day, right? So, look, years ago, a miner told me that there are thousands of jobs, but there are only 2 industries, farming and mining. Every single thing in this room was either grown from the ground and fashioned into something useful, or pulled from the earth and fashioned into something essential. Those are the only 2 industries there are. Everything else is jobs. Anyway, his dad taught him.
Thank you. By the way, a lot of people, when the Q&A starts, they start walking out for whatever reason. Let me tell you something. That's going to be a big mistake when you find out who is going to ask the last question. So I recommend you don't leave. And even Mike Rowe doesn't know what I'm talking about, but he will soon.
That's a tease.
Okay, question over here. Paul.
Hi, I'm Paul Dykowitz. I'm a columnist with StockInvestor.com and DividendInvestor.com, an author, and Mark Skousen Senator. So I have a question for you, because I've written about skilled trades and their importance, and the lack of skilled tradesmen for things like you mentioned, plumbing and all kinds of things. What is the solution? We hear a lot of people complaining and waiting extra weeks for people to come to their house. It's a good job because the prices keep going up to have the services done. But what should we do to resolve the problem?
And before you answer that question, he brought up investing. And one of the things that I found really interesting in your book, the way I heard it, is your story about how you lost all of your savings because you invested with a money manager who managed the money until it was all gone.
That's correct.
What did you learn from that? And then you can answer that question.
I'm going to go the other way.
Okay.
I'm going to answer it first, because I'm a creature of chronology, right?
Okay.
Way leads on the way. I know exactly what to say to him, and then I'm going to, God help me, I'm going to answer you again. We need to affirmatively confront the stigmas, stereotypes, myths, and misperceptions that have formed around the skilled trades the day we did the most unforgivably stupid thing we've done in education, and that was take shop class out of high school. When we did that, we not only robbed a whole generation of kids from a whole category of opportunities, we took from them the optics, the visual proof of the very existence of these jobs. Wood shop, metal shop, auto shop, all of that, just gone. So if you're in high school trying to figure out what to do with your life, trying to figure out what makes sense to your brain, You don't even see these things, right? So a great many unintended consequences have followed, in my view, in the wake of that. And those myths and misperceptions include things like you can't make six figures working with your hands. Well, that's crazy. My foundation has awarded $7 million in work ethic scholarships to kids who go to trade schools, period, not four-year schools. I can give you a list of hundreds of welders right now making over $100,000 a year. Some of them have started small businesses and purchased vans and hired HVAC guys and plumbers and so forth. And telling those stories is what we have to do. Now, we've got to do a lot of other things too, but on a national, on a macro level, we have to make a persuasive case for success stories that don't require a four-year degree. We just have to do it to get back to where the other side is. Blue collar and white collar is nonsense in 2023. The color of collars no longer matters. What matters is mastering a skill that's in demand and working. That's what matters, and that's what we have to do. So,
and yet only 4% of educational expenses is on trade schools.
Right.
It's
right.
really sad. Yeah.
Again, it's not, the skills gap is not a mystery. Our current dilemma is not a mystery because our current dilemma is not a problem. It's a symptom. And it's a symptom of our relationship with work, and it's a symptom of the things we value and the way we spend, to your point. So all we have to do is change the way we think, which is hard, right? Which is hard. Forgive me, but I got to say one other thing. It's PR. I hate to say that out loud, especially, because I always get quoted and it's like, oh, we just need better marketing. Because that's the first thing that gets cut when the going gets tough. But marketing matters. Perceptions matter. Dirty Jobs did a lot to change the way people think about work because millions of people, hundreds of millions around the world, saw labor through a slightly different lens. So, look, on a policy level, what can happen? You remember the Indian standing on the side of the road in the Keep America Beautiful campaign, right? Paddling through the estuaries, through the garbage with the tear running down his face. That worked. It took over 10 years, but by every measurable metric, people's relationship with littering, which was a huge problem in the 60s and 70s, way before green was green, just basic littering and pollution. That PR worked. It changed people's behavior. We need a campaign that changes our relationship with work in the same way that Weeping Indian changed our relationship with littering. It's tricky, but we can do it.
Right. Okay.
Right. You're going to make me answer the other question too?
You got to answer. We have a 3-day financial conference here, and if you had come to that conference...
I think they lost your microphone. Did you notice that?
It does.
Could you guys hear him just now?
No.
That's a shame because he was saying some amazing shit, man. It is amazing.
Yeah, they do seem to have lost.
It is amazing. Here he comes to save the day. Oh, wow. Now look how personal he's getting with you back there. My goodness.
It feels pretty good.
It feels pretty good.
Yeah.
Knowing hands.
You're good. Oh, I'm good. Okay. Yeah, I was just saying we have a 3-day investment conference, and if you had come to that, this wouldn't have happened. So did you learn anything from that? Obviously, you invested somewhere else with your...
Well, no, I learned everything, and like every terrible thing that's ever happened to me, losing every dime I had.
How much did you lose?
Well, I was 37, and I was living a very different life. Actually, that's not true. I was 39, and I'd been freelance. This is before Dirty Jobs. So I was living a Travis McGee lifestyle. Travis McGee, a famous fictitious guy, lived on a boat, solved crimes, took his retirement in early installments. My whole business model was based on this John D. McDonald fictitious character. But I'm a freak with debt, the only four-letter word in my family growing up that was off limits was debt. You know, we were okay with risk and we were okay with the naughty words, but no debt. And so I never had any. I went to a community college, then I went to work, then I got my degree in communications, and then I started freelancing. And I saved every penny I made, and I worked when I felt like it, and I took a lot of time off, and I traveled. I was arrogant, Mark, in the way you get when you think you've cracked the code, right? So I'm like freelancing in my chosen field. I'm saving my money, and a person who I knew for a long time had risen to a level of prominence in a well-respected financial advisory firm. And that person got over their skis and started, it was kind of a Bernie Madoff thing, but not at that level. And about 40 or 50 pretty seasoned investors, not including me, I just went along for the ride. But it was a bad ride, and a lot of people lost everything.
And you went to jail, right?
Oh yeah, still in jail.
Wow.
It was a big deal back in Maryland.
Well, who manages your money now?
Well, what happened was, I mean, I got a guy now, and that doesn't matter. What matters is what happened to me right after that. Like a couple of things changed. My business model changed. I went and I got a steady paycheck. Mm-hmm. That paycheck was with CBS, and that job was the job my mom called me at to tell me to do something that looked like work, which led to dirty jobs, which required me to bite the balls off the lamb, which brought me here, right? So that happened.
Yeah.
But the other thing that happened was I took a deep dive. I read a book by John Bogle. Bogle,
yeah.
Right.
Jack Bogle.
Jack, right, of course. Vanguard.
Yeah.
And then I read one by...
I knew him well, personally.
Did you?
Yeah.
Well, he changed my life, even though I can't pronounce his name. And in Burton Mackiel...
Burton Mackiel.
Yeah.
Random
Walk Down Wall Street.
Yes. Available at our bookstore, or our Eagle Publishing.
Good to know, right next to Noble, Tennessee Whiskey.
There you go.
And then I read... just one after the next, and I started investing at Vanguard, and I became a real disciple of low-cost mutual funds, diversification, little exposure here and there. It made me take ownership of my own stuff.
Wow.
So I still maintain a level of ownership, but now being fabulously successful, I have people looking after it as well.
Well, unfortunately, they have this sign that says, please wrap up, but we do have time for one more question. Sorry about the rest of you, but
aren't you
Rob Strong out here, we want to call on him. I understand he has a question that he would like to ask.
Yes, Mark, I'd like to know, how can you feel any sin sincere?
Oh my God, now it got weird.
Where is the good and goodbye in goodbye? Your apprehensions confuse me, dear. Puzzle and mystify, tell me what can be fair in farewell, dear, while one single star shines above. How can there be any sin insincere? Aren't we sincerely in love? Oh, we're in love.
Come on up here. I want to introduce you to the Times with Rob Strong as the lead, Craig Brown as the tenor, Sean King is baritone, Will May and bass here from Memphis, and I brought you a microphone for you to join in if you care to.
Not many of you know that Mike Rowe is a lifetime member of the Barbershop Harmony Society.
That's true.
In fact, he is in the Hall of Fame for the Barbershop Harmony Society, which is code for Show-Offs Anonymous.
It certainly is. Oh my, this is the absolute weirdest day of my adult life, man. I gotta tell you.
So we'd like to invite Mike. I mean, you mentioned you sing in the opera before. You mentioned you made a lot of bad choices, including singing Barbershop. And
good sight reader too.
We heard that you are a phenomenal sight reader of music. So we'd like to invite you to sing with us. We're going to sing a song that you may never have heard before.
Heard this one before.
But we understand that you are a great sight reader of music. Actually, this song is a Barbershop standard song called Sweet and Lovely. And I know for a fact you've sung that song in front of thousands of people on the stage of the Barbershop Harmony Society's annual contest and convention.
Got a special hat, though.
He does. I mean, you're wearing the wrong hat.
I'm with you. All right.
You're wearing the wrong hat.
Take that hat off.
You really think that hat's going to fit me?
I got the biggest one they had.
Let's see. That's not bad.
That's our gift to you.
Not bad.
Got it. It looked like a Pez dispenser. Last night alone on our way home, you turned and said to me, oh, my flies now. I love you so, and I want to know, what do you think about me? Sweet and lovely, that's what you are to me. Sugar and spice and everything nice. They're all a girl should be. Should be.
Mike Rowe.
Oh my God. Soon we'll marry. You'll be my blushing bride. I will smile all the while you're by my side. I will smile all the while you're by my side.
Wow. Yay.
If you can't sing it pretty, sing it loud.
All right.
You guys,
Fantastic.
that was absolutely something
wow.
else. Absolutely something
That's
else.
it, my friend.
Well,
What do you think?
I don't know whether to thank you or apologize, so I'll do both. Thanks, fellas. Pleasure to meet you. Thanks.
Oh, wow.
Now.
Maybe we can go to a baseball game.
Maybe not.
Do that. Maybe.
Maybe not. Pretty sure I'm taking the whiskey with me.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Cheers. Thanks, everybody. That was weird and fun. There you go.
Oh, yeah. It's nice, healthy pour.
Thanks, hon. Yeah, sure.
How insane was that? Did you expect it? That was fantastic. My old choir teacher used to say the tenor makes him swoon, but the bass brings him home. See? Thank you so much for being here. What an incredible day. One of the most memorable we've had at Freedom Fest. And thanks so much to Mike Rowe and his barbershop quintet. That was beautifully done. Gentlemen. All right. I just have a couple of reminders for the good listeners in the audience, the others who are leaving before the announcement. Since it is day 2, you owe me $10. Each one of you if you leave before the end of the announcements. Okay, good. I'm even richer than I was yesterday. I want to thank, of course, you, our sponsors.
A Russian man claiming to hold top-level secrets about Russian advanced bombers has just turned up at the U.S. southern border, seeking asylum. The man claims to have been an engineer at a production facility over in the city of Kazan, and he says that he possesses top-secret information about the White Swan Tu-160, which is the most advanced bomber in the Russian arsenal. U.S. border officials, they interviewed the man, and they determined that his story was in fact credible and eventually passed him off to the FBI, who are still in the process of interrogating him right now. However, analysts have pointed out that the fact that the story was even leaked to the public is an indication that perhaps the American government is encouraging other Russians who also hold top-level secrets to also escape to America. And if you thought that was interesting, well then you should click on that button below this video and check out Epoch TV, one of the best no-censorship video platforms on the internet. On there you will find awesome programs like American Thought Leaders.
We've now been, for 2 years, trying to obtain the unredacted emails. We're down to the last 50 pages. So that's where all the incriminating evidence is.
Crossroads.
One of the big things happening right now is what's taking place with Russia and China.
Counterpunch.
You will see information you've never seen anywhere else.
Facts Matter. I'm your host, Roman from the Epoch Times. Stay informed, and most importantly, stay free, as well as a plethora of great documentaries, wholesome movies that you can enjoy with your whole family.
If I reach 1 hour, I accomplish something.
Cooking programs, and my absolute favorite, programs about traditional art and traditional music, which can honestly uplift your mood and fill you with hope for the future. And the best thing about Epoch TV, at least in my opinion, is that there's no corporate backing and there's no allegiance to some anti-American agenda.
How dare you come to this peaceful community and try to scam these people? What the hell are you talking about?
But rather, it's just good, honest, wholesome content that's based in truth and tradition.
I saw him. It was incredible.
Something that you can actually sit down with your whole family and enjoy, knowing that some ideology is not about to be pushed upon you.
And who's fighting it? We're fighting it here at Epoch Times, and we need to keep bringing you the news.
And so again, if you'd like to check out Epoch TV, just click on that button below this video. You and your family will absolutely love it.